Okay, there we go. It's all good. It's all good. It just froze there for a second. It happens. But, yeah, back to what we were doing. Now we don't go that way. Now we check out basically any other way. We went through that way last time. That's right. Why did that do so much damage? I'll be taking this. Oh, Stone Sword Ski? That's really good. Always feels good when you get one of those because you always need them and they have good, you generally get good rewards for having them, so definitely worthwhile if you can afford to get them, then get them. Okay, so we went through there last time, so we didn't go down. What's a good way of going down? Probably the ladder, huh? That would probably make more sense than the way that we're going, but we also didn't take any damage, so... Strong foe required and a short seeking. Yeah, apparently we just never break those, in which case we have to have something else break it for us. You could definitely break it for us. You absolutely could. Oh no, please. Oh, absolutely do not do this to me. I must have hit it while it was open there to be able to be hitting it for 625. Oh no. Oh no. I doubled my HP. You can't do what you did before. One-shot me with the grab. I don't know if you want to follow up with that. That'll work. The good news is that we actually broke it right there. I forget if it gets refixed upon death or not, though, which is unfortunate if that ends up being the case here, but we can just... Oh man, now it's starting this one each time. Well, I guess just keep going this one back. That's fine. Kind of thought this boss was going to be harder, but then again, we were able to just stun lock him the entire time after the first hit. Which some of the bosses do. Like, some of them are very easy to stagger, and then we have real easy times of dealing with them. And then sometimes they just never stagger, which are always the ones that tend to be harder. Because you just can't rely on that, oh, just keep swinging until he's dead for it. Like, nah. I don't want to deal with you guys do poison and stuff. I can't. Although I think we can actively craft anti-venoms for us now, so with our crafting kit, so it shouldn't be as bad. Go ahead and bring this back up. So yeah, those things pretty disgusting, really. The fact that it just did that much damage, but all right. I'm surprised I lived through the grab as well as I did, although I basically doubled my HP since I originally fought one of those, so... you know, that'd probably help, just having that much extra HP. Okay. But I know some of the little dudes end up following me in here, so I'm taking care of them now. Although apparently I didn't aggro that one, just chilling on the tree there. Grab these before it can do anything. Smithing stone 6. It can cover this entire area. Yeah. Oh, alright then. Ow. Stop. do not want to be in a corner with one of these things. As you can see by an attack like that, if you're stuck in the corner, like, thanks, but no thanks. If you can catch it while it's open, you can do some damage to it. But before that, oh no way! It lived. It actually. I want to know how much that actually lived by on HP. I was like, oh, if I just hit it, this should kill it. Apparently not. Are you kidding me? You lived through a 612? That dude actually probably lived with 1 HP. I'm mad. I was so certain that was gonna kill too. How did you live? Oh. Whatever. There's still items down there I need to get. Also, my, like, 26k runes or whatever. My, essentially another level. Yeah, I gotta go back for that. I still can't believe that thing lived. Are you kidding me? I must have had like 1 HP left. I'm so certain, man. Take the baby rage out on this guy. That dude stood absolutely no chance. Those things, it seems like either you gotta be tanky enough to be able to block it all, or you gotta roll for days and hope for the best, because they will hunt you down, and they're very quick. Like, they can almost keep up with your horse. You're probably still faster on your horse, but they're pretty quick. Okay. That dude's just got like 2 giant crushers on him. Okay, calm down. I think this dude acted behind me as well. Try and take out anybody who's gonna potentially mess with me in this fight. Just chilling in the corner. Where are... Well, now I'm too far to you two. Let's take down. These guys give so many runes for how weak they are. I'll be taking these back, thank you. What are you doing? A lot of your damage comes from when it's open trying to grab you, so you kinda gotta bait it into trying to grab you and then go in. Because, I mean, 651 compared to, you know, the like 270 or whatever you're doing when it's close. A pretty big damage difference there. I'm pretty convinced he'll die now. There we go. Seem to be guarding something that I probably want here. Sovereign Smithstone 5. That's not 7, though. I need 7 for this sword. 5 is good, though. I can use a different one with that. Every time. So we got that. I think this entire bottom area is actually clear now. I thought I actually, am I on the wrong side now? Yeah. It told me climb for a second. There we go. I guess just with all the death stains around it. So I guess that was everything? Huh. That seems like too little, but then again, I guess there really is kind of nothing else to this area. Unless there's something else that I'm forgetting that I'm missing. I would just teleport out of here at this point if I was able to do so. Alright, so just don't fall on the way down here. We're all good. Well, don't fall to my death, I should say, is probably a better way of putting it. Alright, and that's our level right there. We got everything out of that. We can't get to that Divine Tower, which is unfortunate, but we at least have the grace right next to it. So whenever we fulfill whatever requirement is actually needed to open it, we can get into it. Go ahead and give me some more of that HP. And where do we want to go from here? Fine Tower Gate. That's where we're just at. Send me back here, I guess. Now, where did we end up finding that cave? We were just wandering on the side of this area, weren't we? Yeah, because we definitely passed these guys right here. Really? Alright, and then we worked our way. That dude. Anything else down there that I could have missed? This is gonna hurt. Not exactly how that was supposed to go. Yep, that's about what I saw coming out of that. There's definitely more down there that I didn't get. Apparently we have a statue down there. Interesting. It might pull us somewhere weird, though. It does tend to do that to me. Ah, we're just about where we wanted to be. Okay, I'll take it. Where is my death spot? Thought that was a land octopus for a second. It was like, ah, boy. Oh, they're gonna be all the way up top, right? Ah, I didn't have that many left over from the level up, anyways. We haven't taken the spirit stream yet, have we? Hello? Well, you know, we live somehow, but okay. There we go, that time it was fine. I guess that was all in that general area. Why would they give me a statue down there, though? It feels like I should be doing something else down here. Although not really see every time. Literally the exact same thing I just did. Oh, I didn't have any runes anyway, so grabbing that didn't matter at all. Great. Great. There's gotta be something more to down here, right? Why would they give me a... You know, like, why would they give me a statue there and not have something more to it? Something about that just don't seem right. I mean, there was the cave or whatever, sure, right? The tunnel, but... So much area for just the tunnel. Right, and then I guess it is just that. Okay. Well, back to what we were doing before this, then. Good that we did get down there, though. I mean, we do now have access to that divine tower. Or at least we know where it is, and we have a grace right next to it. Not that we can actually enter the thing. It's something. Find anything up here, sometimes they do. Another one of these trees. Don't suppose you have another. Got more goldens? Man, they're like, if you didn't have enough Estus flask, here you go. Here's another free one.
Your blood, your fingers.
Yeah, my fingers.
The fingers I served once prophesied a tarnished would one day become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. Surely you see it too. The gold that enshrouds the heavens. The great tree which begets the pillars of light. Oh, tarnished, hasten to the foot of the tree. And whatever you might face, the fingers will surely guide you.
Thanks for that. Whatever I might face. It sounds like you might perhaps have an idea of what I'm gonna be facing. You know, you can just throw me a bone there and just, yeah, you know, maybe just give me an idea of what's going on here, but no? Okay. Well, I don't really see much of a welcoming party over here. That's a Ashes of War boyo right here. Ooh, he's teleporting away. He's a runner, huh? Try stealth in time range battle. Interesting. Maybe it maybe I can't hit it as a melee because it disappears or whatever, in which case I have to do range fighting. Unless they're talking about something different, which they could be. Not seeing anything over there, just making sure. Nothing along here either. I can get up this spawn. Let me on here. Might even be able to make it up there. Although controlling the horse is sometimes more difficult than it needs to be, but might be able to. Yeah, I won't really let me hold on to that side. So I gotta remember there's an Ashes of War dude there at some point. Get back to him. Everybody just chilling right here. Really? Come on, man. I'll be taking whatever this is. Lost Ashes more. We take those. Looks like we can't exactly enter that area, although somebody might open it for us at some point. You know, just massive doors like that, people tend to open and then want to immediately fight us after. Usually how that goes. So I could get down there, but it just looks like death. Yeah, kind of just looks like death. 2K Rouge is not even worth anything. We got the Lost Ashes of Wars, which is what you're looking for out of it, so I'll take it. Oh, I should be able to get my extra flask out of this now. Man, another one. Up to 12, baby. It's so good. It feels good to actually have heals on me for once. Not that we didn't have before, but like compared to the early game when we had only had so little, but now we're kind of rolling in them. Not that we don't need them though. Some of those bosses, yeesh. So we checked out this way. That turned out to be nothing outside of that right there. Although I guess since we died, now we can actually snipe that thing. There's my bow at. My golem bow. Make sure I one-shot this thing. Hopefully, anyways. A golden parry. Yeah, use this one. Why not? Oh, I don't. I'm too dumb to use this sword. Okay. A random troll by itself? Seems a little suspicious. I don't know. I might have to go check on this guy. All by yourself over here, huh, friend? It just seems a little suspicious. Like, there should be something about this guy. I'm surprised you're still alive, huh? My blue frog at. There it is. Second blue frog at. Revenge? Revenge indeed. From earlier in the game when we first saw one of those. Well, I was hoping that there's gonna be something special about that, but no, it's just random dude chilling out there. Nothing. This area is too large and too quiet. It feels like that I should have like another boss encounter or something around here. This entire area is just like nothing. Like it exists, just exists. I've hid items in the tents before, so just clear them out. Just make sure there's nothing there. That's a grace. We take those. Although I guess I just sat down, in which case it's gonna spawn those guys, but that's fine. They were never an issue to begin with. Okay, so nothing on this side. We can work our way back now, just to make sure that there's nothing else back here before we move on. Nothing. Nothing. Another one of these? That was great going for a third hit there. Yeah, well, you gotta deserve that one. I don't know if you die off of this. Nah, you're close. Close enough, anyway. Still nothing special out of those dudes, huh? Where's this item I didn't notice until just now? Ah, come on. Those leaves are used for special stuff in the crafting, so they say at least. So, probably a worthwhile pickup. All these holes here, they're gonna hide something special in one of these holes. There's too many. There's too many of them not to. That turned out real well. Caught that dude immediately. Those bats are still annoying. Just having to deal with the poison and the baby rage screech that one-shots me for whatever reason. I gotta imagine it counts as like magic damage or something. Otherwise, like, why else would it one-shot me? It's not like I don't have physical defense. That's like the one thing I do have, and even then, it doesn't really feel like it on some of these bosses. Could we check this area? Probably not, right? Not, well, if I did, I still end up missing spiders. Rainbow stone, those are used to mark out your path or whatever, nothing crazy. Really? Was it worth it? Dragonfly, let's get out of here. Okay, alright. We should be good on, like, each way now, in which case we can go ahead and go to this grace over here that we just got and check out what's over here. Still doesn't feel like there's...
Smoldering without wretch.
Well, Mark, it's been a minute since I seen you, friend. It's almost like I killed you already before, but alright. Going for another one. If you insist. Push me just far enough away so I can hit. Wow. You're actually still going? Hey, yeah. I'm just like waiting for an actual opportunity to attack this man, but he just won't stop attacking. sure if he's just gonna keep attacking like this, if I should have backed off and that would maybe stop his frenzy that he was going along with. Sure don't seem to necessarily be the case though, since he's still going. Like, yeesh. Calm down. Bring my dexterity potion, because clearly I need it if he's gonna keep throwing attacks out like this. Could even punish him because he pulled out his knife there. God, I can't ever punish him there. This wasn't going alright at first, and now not so much. What if I switch the horse? Usually they react differently when I go on the horse. Some of them have like no idea what to do, some of them become a lot easier. And it seems like this dude, as soon as I got on the horse, like all of a sudden, he's kind of lost on what to do here, which is good for me, I'll take it. He can't keep backing away as quickly as he would like anymore, because now I can actually catch up to him. Meridian Amber Medallion +1. Did I even have one of those to begin with? I think I did. It might be this one. Crimson Amber, not necessarily. Greatly raises maximum stamina. That sounds really good. Increased it on their recovery speed though. That's for kids. Greatly boost non-physical damage though. I think I just need the elemental damage negation though, because like anything magic just destroys me. I knew there had to be something more in here. There was no way that they were gonna make this much of an area and not have like a boss or something in it. I guess a pseudo boss at this point, the fact that we had already beaten that guy before, but you know, we beat him again. I should have used the runes that I had picked up there. I think you might have enough for another level off that. Yeah, okay, that's good enough. Just barely, but good enough. He giving me that HP. I think our HP bar might actually be the same as our stamina bar. We actually have more HP than stamina now. That's crazy. I remember when our HP bar used to be like less than half of our stamina bar. Now we're actually over it. And again, we've been pretty much going all in on it since we've been dedicated to going in the HP. It seems like I might have found a way to get behind these guys again, because they've got like the whole catapults and everything set out for this area in front of me. In which case, had I come the other way, I would have had like multiple ballista and catapults and whatnot, but now we're already behind them. Really? Sometimes fighting on the horse is good, sometimes it's just not working out. What do we have? I'll be taking that if you don't mind. Lightning slash. It seems like this area is just heavily, I guess, holy slash lightning focused. At least in the terms of the arts of war that we're getting from them. Anything else? Not that I'm seeing, anyways. Nah, alright. I mean, we did get an art of war out of it. That's pretty good as it is. Gotta be something more. check out? We did not. Whatever that's supposed to be right in front of us. Should probably take out all these guys on the catapults, though, in case they end up actually attempting to attack me while I deal with whatever else is going to be going on here. Well, I had the opportunity behind them rather than having to come back and worry about it. There we go. Catapults are out of the way. Anything all the way over. Anything. Guess it could have came from that way. I think I already have that tree down. Yeah, we've already visited that one. Alright, well, we're gonna way towards that tower, or whatever that's supposed to be. You guys hiding anything over here? Not that I'm seeing that, please. Already checked this camp. Yeah. That's somebody riding around on horseback in front of us there. I had a feeling I didn't get this one. Literally a few more people around here than I thought there was. Get your crossbow out of here. Got another war pick off of them. I already have a war pick though, so that's not anything crazy. I'm kind of surprised that horse dude kind of just walked right past me the way it did. There it is. About to knock you off your horse, boy. 915 for that? Golden Great Shield and Lindell Knight. I wonder if that's actually better than the one I have on me. That might actually be the first one that I got, but it is. It's better in Strike, Pierce, Lightning, and Robustness, but weak in Physical, Fire, Magic, and Vitality. Probably not worth it. Excuse me. Probably not worth it. It's like Golden Great Shield. It's better in Lightning, Holy Guard Boost. That is not bad. It's 6 lower in Fire, 3 less in Magic, but I get 3 more in Lightning, 3 more in Holy, and the card is slightly better, and it's slightly not as heavy. What's this Great Shield do for me? Weighty Great Shield, Force of Gold, carried by the Order of the Tree Sentinels, heavily equipped knights, blessed by an old incantation of protection, only rampart of the Erd Tree. The Tree Sentinels are the standard to which all defenders of the Erd Tree aspire. Golden Retaliation. Ray the Shield that unleashes protective incantation. This will dispel sorceries and incantations, retaliating with Golden Power. So you can deflect sorceries and incantations with it? That's pretty good. I don't have any faith to use it though, sadly. So. There's gotta be something here. Highway of Lookout Town. There's a ladder of some sorts around here. Nope. Can't go that side. Maybe up this way. Should probably be using the horse to go up these, since it can jump a lot better than I can. But either way, it worked out. Anything over here, just in case. I can fall down there, but I could already have gotten there, so... What do we have here? Hefty Expo. Thanks for those. My shoes. Ah, well, I guess we had a ladder this way, in which case we could have done that anyway. Oh, well, I guess I could have dropped down there and then got up here. It doesn't make a difference. We'll still get up there. Really? I mean, you guys are making this easier on me by doing this. But, alright. Great bow, great arrows. I've got a golem bow, man. Great bow, get out of here. Got two with a great bow. Golem bow's where it's at. It hits hard. Very hard. I had a feeling that might hide something out here. Golden arrow probably does holy or lightning damage. Alright, nice little pickup for not much work on our end. Anything else? So, gold tree if I haven't already hit that. Yeah, but getting to see that fall damage still exists. Oh boy. I thought upgrading my HP and my endurance was also supposed to help me against fall damage, but clearly not enough. Clearly not. Ah, well, it's only 10k. What's 10k when you need 30k plus now to get a level, right? Gonna put it all the way in the top. You're gonna put it all the way up at the top, aren't you? Yeah, that's about what I figured. Alright, we'll go down the slow way, just so that way I don't die the fall damage for no reason. Wonder if the catapults are actually going to be active, since I didn't knock them down. I suppose that's my answer, huh? I really didn't hit up this golden tree. Alright, well, I'll take it. I'll take it if my horse can get it. There we go. That should have been as difficult to grab as it was, but alright. This is the wind village that we already went to. I guess I just like completely went past this area. Oops. Ah, well, I'm sure there's plenty I've gone past that I need to go back to at some point. Seems like there should be something else within this area over here. It just seems too empty. Like there should be something else there. Whether it be a cave, a tunnel, or something. A ruins by chance? Is this different ruins than the one I don't have? I don't know. Apparently so. It seems to be the case. What? Where mimicry then precious item? Ah, well, that's it. Ow. You know, kind of hard to punish him when he runs away like that. Now I've stabbed up this. bleeding. You have to be close to bleeding. You gotta be. There it is. Okay, so apparently something ran away from me, I think, when I was fighting that. Unless that actually was the thing that ran away and it just jumped back originally before and that's what I saw out of my vision. I could be wrong, though. It did say precious item, in which case that was the key item that it gave me, so it was probably that thing. Smithing Stone 5. Somber 1 as well, which is what this weapon uses, but I think I need 7 still, so... Now we found this guy right here. It does look like there's an item over here. I knew there had to be something more in this area. It just looked too empty compared to usual. Lightning Great Bolt. Did he even mark it as a new ruins? Really? Maybe there's just not enough there for it to be considered a ruins? That could be. I guess it's only this setup, huh? There. I mean, it didn't call it a ruin, so I guess there isn't necessarily a area for me then. Still feels weird that there isn't. Anyways, we can move on from that. How have I not grabbed that already? Just going back where we already were at one point, so don't just need that. Where are all of these guys? Seems like there should be something around here. It also sounded like random electricity coming out of nowhere. Not sure why that is. Interested to see where this leads us here. I haven't seen actual, like, thunder effects in quite a while. So. Something don't quite seem right here. I mean, clearly there's whatever this is supposed to be over here, right? Something about that lightning seems off. Feel like it could be a boss or something, although I don't know how I would end up triggering it based off of just lightning strikes alone, unless I'm supposed to be hit by it in some way. Black Knife Assassin. You're straight up the assassin that I fought in the cave, except not invisible. That was like his best strength, so even without that, you really shouldn't have much of a chance. I'm surprised you were able to take that counterattack. Then again, I guess we already staggered him once. This guy don't seem like he's a big fan of shields, huh? There's the attack I hate to see. Alright, well that's the last grab attack you're ever getting off in this fight. I really didn't knock this dude out again. This guy's been hanging on way too long. Alright, well, another one down. Only 10k for that? Black Knife. That could be good. And And what do we have here? That dude was certainly much easier than the one in the cave. The one in the cave with the invisibility was much worse. Saint Hero's grave. No. 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 I hate the graves. They're always the worst. They're just gimmicky. Ew. 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 I knew there had to be more in this area. Mistakes were made. Just forget this place ever existed. We'll run out of here right now. No? Okay. And there goes another one of my keys. They go so fast. Jump attack required? I don't know about that. Crimson Seed Talisman. What are... Boost HP restoration from those? Interesting. So it would act as, I would guess, a +1 to our flask there, in which case we'd be at +8. I imagine that's how it works, because... But it's +8 on every heal, though. Or, you know, 1 level up. I imagine 1 level. It could be more than 1, but I feel like it's only 1. First way down, that way. I guess this way covers other ways. Oh, you guys are magic casters? Yeah, you need to go. Oh, you're not dead. Living with that, like, 10 HP. Oh, well, hello then. Immediately poison me, which is annoying. Alleviates poison? Yeah, make me one of those. Poison not doing so good now. As soon as I can craft the anti-venom up. I think that's the first time we might have seen that enemy. I'm not entirely sure on that. Maybe. I can only imagine that I'm gonna have to deal with that at some point. Apparently people made it onto that other side there. Whether or not it's actually worth it or not, it's a different case. Alright, well, if you're just gonna run away from me, don't mind if I do. Going back? Nah, he just straight up ran for it. Alright. Makes my life easy. Anybody gonna be behind me? I do it. Really gonna get hit by that? Now, apparently I can't hit that dude. Interesting. Why is that? I can block his attacks, but I can't hit him. Maybe I can only hit this version through, like, magic or something? Or using the light gets rid of their ability to do that? I'm sure that's what it is. Or attach. There's plenty of ways to go in this area. There's quite a few, so I'm definitely gonna have to check this out multiple times. Just gonna come into these areas full HP. On the off chance that, you know, I just get jumped by something. Tends to be a thing that happens. Little storage crashes. I just got those for free, that's it. There we go. Do something gonna be right here. Not stay in the light, apparently. The light gives you just like a free stuff for whatever reason. I'll take it. I'm not complaining, I just kind of wonder why that's a thing that exists. Good enough. People actually ended up dying in this room? What? I guess if they ran around and didn't know the mechanic, maybe. But even then, those dudes like basically ran into the light immediately. Now this area I could see you dying in. I don't know if getting hit by those things is going to count as an instant kill or not, but I would imagine a bit of damage for sure. Got zombies getting dropped everywhere. Immediately went for a grab. Gross. Not even giving this guy a chance to grab me. Get out of here. Okay, that's where I would need to pull the lever. I pulled a lever, but that lever only allowed me access to this area, which could potentially be a shortcut from what I was doing earlier. Looks of it, based on this ladder here, but not entirely sure if that's the case or not. I hate this idea. This place is very large. Makes me think, well, where do you think you're going? Again, your poison don't scare me. I have craftables now. That would have scared me once upon a time before I had my ability to craft, but now that I do, oh, half of the tables have turned. More than likely, that's where I just came from, right? I would assume so, anyways. I don't see any light around this area, and I kind of need that to be able. Let's get. Okay. I can still block your attacks, but I need light in order to be able to actually attack you at some point. Interesting. Now, where would I acquire some light to clear your ability? Because clearly you gotta be worth something, right? Like, they've given me a situation where I can't do anything about it, so I've gotta have a light source or something to be able to cleanse you with this. Back again. I don't suppose you can affect him. Yeah. I'm surprised that thing spawned multiple times as is. I'm starting to see how people could have died in this room now if they needed this thing in order to cleanse this guy. Man. This dude didn't flinch once out of that. Somewhere a heavy door is open. Okay, so I did actually need to take that guy out. Gravekeeper Club, Duelist Greaves. Alright, well. Well, you did a portion of what we need to do in here. We might have actually gotten everything we needed out of that. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, good to see that does a decent amount of damage. That's a lot of damage. That's also like 40k runes there, so I'm gonna have to go definitely go grab that pack. Did we go this way originally? We did, didn't we? Except we went that way last time, where we could go this way this time. I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter up until that point. Good to know, at least. That was one tanky boy, though, to be able to take 2k plus damage and live. Man. Just leave these guys into light. Forgot the lady with the magic spawn behind me. I doubt it actually comes to me at some point. It's probably just gonna chill over there, in which case, not really gonna do anything to me. The problem would be if it came after me with the magic, but even that, when I blocked it there, that damage that I have on me currently is just for me blocking it. It's not a crazy amount by any means. Alright, drop in. Maybe if you couldn't clear these guys fast enough, then then it becomes a problem. Like, man, none of that was great. Imped Wolf? What? I imagine it's just a meme helmet, but, you know, I don't mind. Wish I had a better idea of where those coming in. Nah, I can see it. Would be better if I had my lantern on to be able to see it, but I can see it. I don't know. I still have zero idea, like, what sleep actually does. Because I imagine that's sleep stuff that they're throwing down there, but I have yet to see it actually do anything substantial, I guess. You. I was even in the middle of swinging at this guy. You suck. Well, I guess I can start in with my stamina potion immediately. No other zombies behind me? Okay, good. Ancient hero. Pretty sure we've seen this guy before. We definitely have seen this guy before. Stop reusing bosses, man. You make so many cool bosses, and then you're like, oh, time to start reusing them. Like, what? No. Why would you do that? I keep expecting this guy to actually stagger at some point in this to do so. There it is. Oh. Okay, I guess you're dead. These guys are gotta get smoked, huh? I guess that's what happens when you got, what, we got almost 50 strength or something? 45 strength? Yeah. You know, we hit kind of hard. 65k, huh? And yet, even with all of that, that's still only 2 levels at the end of the day. Ew, I would have to walk back down there to make that. This was even covered by a boss too, like that Black Knight Assassin, which was also another repeat boss. Just except even easier than the one that we fought, which I would have hoped that it would have been harder. Not necessarily throw the invisibility back on it, because that was annoying, but harder, I guess. That's the first raid I didn't want to go insane on. I'll take it. Doesn't look like we've actually picked up any of these over here, so don't mind if I do. Free versions, yes please. 34-6. Another 4. One of them really tried to roll into me. Okay. Our best was 6 out of that. I imagine we've already checked this, but I can't really check my map at the moment for whatever reason. Storm Caller Church. No, barely not. Great Lightning Bolt. Sacred Seer out of that. We take Sacred Seer. We might actually heal back to full HP with that now off our Estus Flask, because we'll have that extra level in it. They left you guarded a chest? That's it? I mean, I'll take it. They left you guarding a chest? Dragon Bolt Blessing. Maybe that's what's been raining down? Dragon Bolt Blessing? That's gotta be it, right? Like, based off the picture, that's what I would imagine it would be anyways. We definitely cleared out more of this area in terms of, like, actual stuff I just ran past. Well, well, well. Look at you. Dude, do you even have a chance? What are you doing just sitting down here? My horse! How dare you? Just for my for revenge for my horse. Just how dare you? That's for my horse. Absolute monster knocking me off it. I got something up there. Which is another key. We take keys. I will take keys all day, every day. Another one of you guys? You guys just don't learn, do you? Really not bleeding yet? Okay. You think you're good? I'm surprised the bleed took that long to actually proc, but that's alright. It's still shooting lightning in here, which makes me feel like I'm not doing something right or something. This is like the most consistent area where the electricity is going through. It'll light the gold on fire or whatever it's supposed to be. It still feels like there should be something I'm supposed to be doing about this lightning, but I just don't know what it is. Something. We've already fought you once so far, and you ran away from me the last time we tried this, so... Ow. I think that might have been our reduced magical damage and whatnot. Trinket coming in handy there. Okay. Emperor Palpatine and dragons over. Wow, okay. I did not mitigate like any of that. If anything, this fight so far has told me is that I do not want to be right in front of this dude. I want to be swinging at his legs or something. Clearly, this dude be doing damage. Are we finally ending this, friend? Are we finally ending this? Oh, I'm not fighting the brunt, man. That is the death of life. Not be having that. What are you doing? Yeah, I guess I got lucky in that regard where you got dropped off, didn't you? Might actually be good for me, although he's kind of getting out of it now. I have no idea Turns out that dude it's pretty hard. How do I... Ew. Oh, no, it's gonna keep putting me at this spawn every time, too, until I change. There's not really a better spawn, though. Do you want to go in that tunnel, or you want to go in this tunnel? I guess the other one might not have a lift I have to go through every time. Hopefully this should be the last time anyways. Hopefully. Man, that dude hit hard. It's also almost like 70k runes, so, you know, I definitely have to go back to that. What made him spawn, though? Did we just get in the right area, or what? Or would he only spawn because the, you know, the electricity was coming down then? But it's hard to say. Maybe I just need to spend enough time in the area where the electricity was coming down? Maybe that's the thing. I was just grabbing these when I was a lot of death marks over here, so maybe, right? How did he get through? I just don't know, man. I think it's I need to get hit by the electricity or something? Like, if I just stand, like, right here, if I get a potential die or something? Like, right next to it, right here. Assuming it even strikes in the same spot every time. Or maybe the weather needs to change, or a different time of day or something. Because clearly we fought the boss here, but how did we trick? Mark right here. We're going to go here, I guess. We'll go to the tunnel. We'll go take our 2 levels. We'll come back and see if he's actually active then or not. I just don't know how it works. Because we got to fight him one other time, but he ran away from us last time. Even more HP. More HP. He wasn't able to one-shot us. Even with as much damage as he was doing, he didn't one-shot us. We might finally be getting to the point where, like, HP actually makes a difference between whether or not we're gonna get killed or not. Which, that, granted, took plenty of levels. As we're at 34. And now can finally survive, like, 1 major hit. Alright, so I had the marker down. Our marker, I believe, is 2. Maybe I go back to this one and then work my way over. That might work. Let's see. It's like all the way up there. I know how I'm gonna scale that. I might have to go back to even one of the farther ones inside the area and then walk all the way back. Which is looking like that's the thing that's gotta happen, in which case I might be able to use this one. I want to fight it again, man. I want my revenge. We were doing pretty well for the most part. That dude still hits really hard, though. Like, he's also extremely tanky. I don't think I even got a single bleed proc in there, even with how much we were hitting him for. It's still coming. We're gonna have to go a long way around, aren't we? In which case, I probably should go to this one. I'm trying to find one of these has to be good. Well, none of them look great, but one of them's at least got to get me in the right area. At least if I'm in the right area, I can work with that, even if it's going to take a bit longer to get to. Those otherwise, I would have had to figure out some creative ways to get up, in which case I knew the lightning had to be for something. I mean, we hadn't had any, like, real weather effects like that. Like, until that, it just seemed very out of the usual. Question is, how do we get him from? Was it a time-based thing? Did I need to actually activate something within the environment itself to make it happen? Like, I'm missing some information on how to trigger it even, so. Better check that out, I'm sure, right? Yeah, we did, but it didn't mark as anything special, if I remember correctly. Which still seems weird, but I guess there's just not enough there for it to be considered worthy of a special marking on the map. And then it was all the way over here, which makes me feel like there should be a grace for it somewhere around here. I'm surprised there wasn't a statue around there, but maybe it's supposed to be more of a hidden boss than that. I'm trying to look up at the sky or something, like if I should be expecting to see it like flying around the lightning or whatever. I don't know, last time I ended up grabbing all of these, so just try and do everything that I did before and see if that ends up leading to us being able to activate it. Okay. It's already heard. I guess maybe that's from our original encounter with it, maybe? Come on, man. Oh, boy. Really? After all that? Really? Alright, well. Really not a better spawn than that, huh? That's so far away. That's even farther away than this, but it feels like I'm missing a grace somewhere around there. It just feels like it's too long of an area without a grace. Like, go this way. I only had like 6k runes or something, not even sweating those. taken whatever this is. Even ended up finding an item I didn't have before. How are we gonna go about doing that thing? At least it still seems to have at least kept its original damage that it took from when we encountered it. Although it seems like much less, because then we have it at like half or so originally, but now it's at like 75% instead of the 50% it would have been. I wonder if we actually get to kill it on this attempt, because the first time it definitely ran away from us. Then again, the server went down for maintenance, I think, or the installed update or whatever, in which case maybe that had something to do with it. But it does seem weird that it would show up again like this if that was the case. There's the grace. Oh, really? Well, that'll make life a lot easier on actually being able to keep attempting this thing. I knew it had to be too far away. I don't know what it is, but it seems like picking all of these things up seems to be the way to do it. Or maybe when it's raining is when I have the ability to do so. Maybe it's got to be under like certain weather conditions. Well. Alright, so just let him freak out immediately and then attempt to deal with the challenge. Come on, spawn. Weak foe? Maybe these things, that dragon is so getting hard. It's not really giving me like an exact area on where they're going to activate this, so I just gotta keep roaming around, I guess, until a certain time gets. Maybe I can only fight at a certain time of the day, in which case maybe it's not that time, in which case I have to burn off that time. I mean, if I knew what time it's spawned, then I could do that. Assuming that it's even time based. It spawned here multiple times, though, which makes me think this is like the final time that we fight that thing. See if these messages had like any idea of how to activate it, but nothing exceptional that I'm seeing here in terms of like, yeah, this is when it spawns or whatever like that. Not seeing anything like that. Time isn't currently. Somebody else is doing the same thing that I'm doing here, just waiting on it. Maybe I need to go out of that area and then come back in, and then just keep going in and out of that area and see what time base. Just keep re-entering the area. Maybe it's only a % chance that it shows up or something, and then each time you go into the area, it resets it. I don't know. I wish I knew the time that I had water in case of these times specifically. That way I could just keep switching the actual time to that time. Rush over here, that's... Yeah, I guess we can try that since we have the brace right there. Okay, so it's morning, we'll switch it to... Next time we'll just roll through the entire time. Maybe it's only like, you gotta cycle through another day and then maybe it'll show back up. Until noon. Get ourselves back there. Dragon ahead, yeah. 8:30 dragon ahead. Whenever it actually decides to show up, that is. Where's our dragon? Alright, he's finally showing up. Let him do his lightning attacks. Maybe Horse is the way to go. Because that way I can more consistently stay around it. Yep, you keep throwing your fire over there. I'm real scared of that. Like, maybe I could keep freaking it the attack forward, but really I'm behind it in case I don't hit enough. Did get a boost rock on. It took a moment, but we finally got the boost rock on. Ow. Of course, no. You have to stay alive, take 2 heals even. What? My horse lived, but I didn't? Okay. Okay, sure. Alright, so I guess it seems like noon is the time to fight it? Or maybe it was just the perfect weather condition at noon, which then made it good. No, not till morning, gosh. Till noon. I mean, it seems to keep activating the weather at noon as well. It seems pretty consistent in that fact as well, so... See if noons are a special time for this guy. I mean, we've had time-specific bosses, like the night cavalry or whatever, you know, came at night. Who would have thought? I think the tree sentry only came out at, earlier. I didn't wait for lightning to go off. That was more so a test of, is this lightning actually, like... It was a test to see if it was, you know, just animation effects or whatever, you know, special effects around it to be like, ooh, spooky dragon, right? Or if it was actually gonna damage me. Turns out it actually doesn't need damage me, so... Take it back from me. It's not raining anymore now. Maybe it's only in the rain and maybe not specifically in noon. I could also do it. I don't know. There's There's a few factors in this. Although it is raining again, so maybe it was just too early in the morning for this particular spot. Alright, let him freak out with the lightning. Just chill. At least for the beginning part. Sure, I'll take those headshots whenever you get a chance. My horse. It's only a matter of time until it happens. It's just a matter of when it happens at this point. I know we can beat him. It definitely seems like horse is better for this guy. The ability to just run away from his attacks and get behind him where he seems to be weak. Seems to be what I'm looking for. This might end up being a bit of a shorter stream, mostly because I have to be able to get to the link in the morning before they end up closing, so... So I can get behind it. Yeah, that's the one that can definitely hit my horse. Definitely gotta be avoiding that one. That one as well. Certainly that one as well. Not gonna move. When it took out the horse, it like stuns you a little bit while you're on the ground, so I wasn't able to move to get out of the next hit that was gonna kill me. Where'd my water go? Alright, we'll get it. It's just a matter of time. I wish I could throw armor on my horse like those tree sentinels and stuff had. You think there would be, like, horse upgrades? Right? Because if it's like, if you could legitimately use them in boss fights and stuff, you think you'd be able to, like, tank him up and whatnot? I'm pretty sure there was some healing specific items for the horse, but I'm talking like full on like war horse status, you know what I mean? Like have this guy all suited up in armor and whatnot. Maybe we get a better mount or something at some point, maybe? Why is that right above my skill there, the Bloodhound? Yes, we got the gate that just appears from. Yeah, that's the last set of lightning. I'm just gonna run this way. I know the reach on that. Oh, it doesn't even just hit, it does waves behind it as well. That's ridiculous. I have no idea where it's going. It's just a matter of time. It's very hard to tell where he's at. You think it'd be easy to just keep eyes on the giant dragon all the time, but if you do auto lock onto him, it'll like try and auto lock onto his feet or something like that when you would expect auto locking onto his head. Oh, really? Now I get better messages. Seek night, and then you can find the dragon. Ah, well. We figured that one out. Thanks for, showing me that message after I had already figured out how to get back to the dragon. But we're gonna have, like, so many dragon hearts to use at some point. Like, this is gonna be our 4th one or something. Doesn't seem like a lot, but I don't think there's all too many actual, like, dragon incantations. Try and stick around its tail, because I think it's its legs that are ending up hitting you sometimes. I'm just trying to keep the horse alive. We generally live at this point. It's more so like keeping our horse. I know what our horse's HP is looking at this point, so we should probably just heal it up. Alright, that's it. It's at full HP. Wonder if I can jump over that. Well, he still hit my horse. He didn't necessarily hit me. This could potentially be a good spot for us. Really, dude, there's a gigantic dragon with lightning, and this man's attacking me. Really? You know, when you see a gigantic dragon throwing red lightning around, this is really the time to be fighting me? Oh. Seriously? What sense does that make? It's like, oh, that dragon might be a problem. But this guy? Oh, this guy's gotta go first. No question. Alright, come on. Everything goes to this one. The Chief or the Ram or whatever you want to call them, even they're still trying to roll into it. Even though the dragon probably just lit their entire mechanism on fire. The lightning actually did damage to the dragon. A whole 20 damage to the dragon. But lightning's good against dragons, guys. Sometimes I wonder if it's actually just like a joke or not. Okay, slapped me with its wings, but I don't think it actually did damage to my horse. No, I just wanted to knock it up like this. Interesting choice. Why did it use my feet? What? I pressed the heal immediately after he hit me because it was like, oh, you know, I just took damage. Should probably heal off of that. My heal never goes off, and then because it never goes off, it ends up killing me. Really? Why must you insist on not taking my inputs? I really don't want to... I've got a spare controller, but I really don't want to bring it out just for one series of games, you know what I'm saying? Like, because outside of, like, the responsiveness in this controller, like, it still works, in which case, you know, a majority of the games out there, you don't need it to be all too responsive for it to work out just fine. In which case, I don't want to, you know, open up a whole new I guess I will. That. Should be the last flight. my stamina goes so fast. Ah, okay, that might be what it is. When I get hit, it's still taking in the last input from before I got hit. So if I was attacking it at the time, then my last input before it hitting me would be the attack. So then it plays the attack out, which then stops me from getting my heal off because it's like, oh, you still want the attack after you got hit for over half your health, right? It's like, not so much anymore. Okay. We actually ended up dodging its under itself made very nice. It's really fire right now, I'm pretty sure. There's our lead broadside. One hit from dead? Oh my. Really? Of course. The AoE wasn't the thing that killed me there. I'm pretty sure it was the lightning on top of the AoE that ended up... Was my horse not at full HP? Or did he just straight up one-shot my horse? Man. Where's my war horse at? Man, where can I customize my horse at? Just throw all the armor I can on him. Make it look like even heavier armor than like the tree sentinels got. That's annoying. I mean, clearly we can beat him based off of what we just saw right there. It's just a matter of when we actually get enough dodges to make it happen. Yep, that was it. Good. Bring that up. Already ended up. That was the attack, I think, that ended up killing me, that he just put out there. I just stay right under him, his fire never hit me since he ate the paths. Heal up my horse. Heal up my horse? Heal up my horse? Oh. That still counted as a hit my horse? You're full of it. That one hit my horse, fair enough. I just gotta keep my horse's HP up enough. And then because it keeps counting me as attempting to attack it, it has to do the attack animation before I can get the heal off. So by the time I need the heal, it's doing the attack animation so that I can't save the horse. And then if I get knocked off the horse, I'm potentially dead. And then if the horse dies, it generally tends to kill me for the horse dying. We could fight it without the horse, but I mean, we got one hit away from straight up killing the boss on the horse, so like, why would we change it now, right? it's not the cross flight that ends up killing me there. It's the lightning that comes after it that ends up killing the horse, which then ends up killing me because the horse ends up dying. There's like really no way to upgrade the horse. Like I really can't just give the horse some stats or something, or give it some armor or anything like that. At least as far as I'm aware, there isn't. If I figure out a way, then oh boy, my horse is gonna be looking very tanky by the time I get. If that is a thing that can happen in this game, my horse will be looking completely different than what's looking like right now. Come on. Get back here. We could have killed it the first time we had seen this guy, then we got robbed of it. Yeah, it is the go backwards. Right? That's a we'll just sit over there. Okay, going up. Right, forgot it does the fire at the end of the lightning at the end of it, I should say. Great. Now I need the horse, have some of this. Horse, have some more heals. At any time here. There. That's the okay, good. We done. Just follow his tail and you'll be good. Just follow his tail. I think that's the yep, it didn't let me rush. It didn't let me dash there, in which case I would have been able to have the distance to get out of that attack. Because it was still in the middle of attack. Oh, that's so clearly combat on the horse could be made better. It's definitely not as fluid as you actually just being on the ground and attacking, which may or may not be like an actual choice that they made to like discourage you from straight up only ever doing, you know, fights with the horse or whatever. I could see that being a thing. And also, in that way, it takes away its viability in other ways, making it more so transport than anything, which is fine if that's what they wanted it to mainly be. If that was the case, why would they allow you the horse in boss fight combat, right? Like if they only ever expected for you to use this crap. Yeah, watch out for the lightning. Wait, I'm just gonna sit over. Come on. It's look at that range that has. That's so dumb. Oh. Yeah, that's yeah, okay, horse is at full HP, so unless we get hit by that one attack, maybe this attack right there, and then we'll end up dying to it. And you know what? There goes our horse. Alright, well I thought for sure I was dead there, but apparently I live. At least for now. Horse is dead. I don't have any blasts to bring it back. So I guess we're doing this on foot for the rest of it. Let's see how well that ends up treating us. Yeah, that's about what I figured. But then again, when I'm under him, I can't see where his hands are to figure out where his attack is. It's just a thing with the giant models. Like, there's just no good camera angle for it, right? Because it's made for you to see them, like, far out there. So when you're basically underneath them, how are you going to be able to get the same angles and whatnot that you would get when you're much farther away from them? You don't, right? And then that leads to camera issues, like you looking inside the dragon or something like that. And you're like, how am I supposed to be able to plan when the dodge, when the block, or anything like that when they're sitting right on top of you? say shrink the models, because that would probably end up making some of the bosses, like, less impressive, right? Like, what if you half the size of the dragon right there? Would you be as impressed with it when you'd see it? Or even, what if you made the size of these guys right here? Would you be as scared of it if I threw a boss title on? Like, probably not, right? It makes sense why they use these gigantic models. Alright, so that attack doesn't do anything to my horse. It's just purely there to knock me off. That attack is there. He's not at full health, but he's basically... I wonder if I should be shuffled on my horse. Alright, he's doing fire. That's fine. Oh, yeah. Fire attack is like where it's at. I mean, he just did 2,300 damage to this guy while he's attempting it. I knew the claw was gonna miss. The problem was if the lightning from the claw was gonna hit me. That's always the thing I have to worry about, because that's the thing that will knock me off. Run at his tail so that way we can't hit him with any fire. If I get a second bleed frog, this man's just gonna die from the bleed out. It should be close. Oh no. No! Dude! It's that one attack. It's like there's maybe 3 attacks in this entire set that can just instant kill me on the horse. And of course, every time we've got him down to 1 hit until he was dead, it's been that attack. Like, that is just too convenient. I guess maybe when I get him down that low, I could just jump off the horse knowing he's gonna attempt something like that and then just get the final, you know, hit on foot or whatnot. But that also leaves me open to hit all of his other attacks at his melee ranged attacks, which is certainly scary in and of itself. I guess if I block, though, and then make sure I end up getting the final hit. Is bad, hopefully. No. This guy's taking way too long. This is not that bad of a boss fight. We basically figured out what we need to do. It's just actually being able to execute it at this point. I figured you were gonna try that. I would say get better at dodging those attacks, but you know, sometimes that's just not. Really, the goat's like electrocuted. This guy's lighting him on fire, and yet they're still attacking me like I'm the bad guy. Chasing the tail, dodge the fire attack. Alright. That's the I need to back off. Oh, my camera was trying to get me killed. Alright, that's fine. That knocked me down, but it didn't kill my horse or me, so I can just spam heals and we're back to being good again. As long as it doesn't kill us straight up, we're generally pretty alright. Apparently none of us did. Had a feeling he was going to do that attack, so I didn't get in there fast enough. He's in a very weird spot for me, of course. That's the attack. Oh, that's the attack. Yeah, I get it. He was just in too bad of a position. Like, if I had gone too far, I ran off the edge of the map. If I didn't get in there, then I was in range of his other attacks. He just put himself in a bad position for me to be able to get him. Even with that, we were still close to killing him. This guy's still taking way too long. At first I was like, oh, this is a problem when I was fighting him on foot, and then as soon as we pulled the horse out, it was like, this isn't so bad. I have been noticing that with a lot of these bosses, though. There's like some where like you being on foot is like so much better, and then there's some where you being on horseback and just having the extra mobility and whatnot is just like so much more worthwhile. So I always generally try and run it on ground first, and then I'll try running on horse, and then depending on which one's better, I'll generally just stay with that. I never know the range of that attack, it's just massive. I stopped using lock on this guy altogether because it just doesn't seem to be worth it. I got caught on his leg there when I dashed, in which case I wasn't able to go anywhere, which kept me in range of that attack because I knew it was coming. Getting stuck on the bosses is certainly something. Then again, what would you want for them to do, right? Just make it so you could run through the bosses? Then I guess you could always just keep running through their legs, hit them, they'll turn around to go for you there, and then you just run back through their legs again. So it makes sense why it's solid. It just, yeah, it turns out to be unfortunate at times, that's for sure. Oh, come on. Okay. Really that close, dude? Wasn't think I was that close. Alright, no time to get. That's nice. You're gonna tell me that it's none of those guys, but if I was standing at the exact same spot, something tells me I would 100% have been there for it, but what? Really? You're even being electrocuted, and yeah, you're still attacking. Why are you like this? Why are you doing this? Well, have fun getting well. Hey, dash. Okay, I got out of there. Ooh. That's okay, he didn't knock me off, that's alright, we can heal up from that. None of my hits landed. No. Ow. Okay, none of my hits were landing on that one. I don't know if my aim was just that bad or what's up. Maybe I should use a lock-on for that point, but I don't know. Lock-on so far for that fight, it seemed to do me more harm than good, but maybe at a situation like that where I just can't land anything, maybe I need to lock on just a second and then take it off immediately and see if that ends up fixing the issue. We're going to beat this thing. We've got it at least twice now, where it's been one hit away, and then of course it does the one of like 3 attacks that it has that can kill me. Are you serious, my dude? Interesting. He didn't start off with that attack this time, but now he's doing it. We're actually landing hits this time, so it's already going better than last time. Well, we might die right here, though. Yeah, nope, we lost our... We didn't, actually. We lose our horse. Well, too late for that. I'm just going to have to keep rolling with it. Wow, our horse is still not the full health after 2 of those? I don't know about that. That seems a little much, but okay. I mean, I'm generally using it to basically only heal the horse. Not gonna move. As soon as he hits you with one of those claws, your horse gets stun locked, and you're just guaranteed to get hit by the second one, which ends up getting you killed. It's just playing around him until he doesn't use one of those moves, or until I actually end up dodging the one move that ends up being the one that would have killed us, which ended up getting us the kill on him, being those 2 times that we ended up getting as close as we did. I keep feeling like I should fight him on foot, but like, all of those attacks are just worse for me. Like, none of those attacks really get better for me on foot. Like, if he's just nuking the ground underneath him with the red lightning, like, it's just, how does that help me, right? Like, I'm even closer, and I don't have the mobility to move out of it without the horse. This is the swipe thing. I wish I knew what was triggering him to do what attack, in which case I'd be able to, you know, like, playing around with it. I need to bait him out this way. He's hiding on the corner of the map there, and I can't get behind him to get out of the woods. Can't fight his angels if he protects his angels. I dashed just far enough. I was able to get half the dash off, and it was just enough to make it out. Good. The sweep attack, I love it. As long as I'm not melee on foot, that is A-OK attack for me. Doing his wing flaps, so as to knock me off the horse. I'm very surprised he's using that attack. He generally doesn't. Oh, okay, I got the dash off of that. Oh, he's going again. He's going again. Oh, boy. Alright, we got out of his baby rage attempts there, so we might be on to something. Still attempting them. He's still attempting them. Of course, like, the only move that I'd be concerned about, and then this guy's still spamming it. He's still trying. Oh. We finally get the blue for rock. No. Dude, every time. Oh my, he only used those attacks. He only used the attacks that can kill my horse that time. I should have got off right there. And then went on foot and then went for the melee attacks when I got him down. I was on a roll with the horse that time though. We went from like missing everything to even getting the bleed proc on him there. Man. One little mistake, just one stun lock from him just kills the horse and it's just done for. At least when he flaps his wings, it doesn't do damage to me. It just knocks me off the horse and it doesn't do damage to the horse. That's the attack I needed him to be doing right there. I wish I knew how I could manipulate this guy. Because clearly something I was doing was making him do only the attacks of wanting to knock me away from it, right? Then again, we were fighting on the edge of the map, so not much choice to that one. Okay. I'm not sure how sometimes we were able to get out of that attack. Like last time, like he hit us, but then I guess the red lightning didn't hit us as well, in which case it gave us that opportunity to run away because it didn't insta-kill the horse. But that time it just killed us immediately, so there's some inconsistency in it. And I'm not sure what it is, but I need potentially need to figure it out in order to be able to exploit it. But I don't know what it is. thought this boss was hard. I mean, he's harder than the bosses we've fought so far this stream. But so far, a lot of it is just, like, getting the execution part down at this point. Alright, well, have fun getting roasted by the red lightning over there. Why must you guys insist on messing with me while I'm fighting a dragon? Who hurt you? Probably me, but who also hurt you, boy? I wonder if I keep jumping at his head, that would change some of his behavior. Like, what if I hang out here and then he attempts to fire because of it, and then I get in on it? If me hanging around him by his feet all the time is what's causing this, what if I hang around his face? You know, maybe he'll be more interested in blowing fire at me or something along those lines, or maybe the cleave attack, or something along those lines, rather than the attack that one-shots my fingers. Like, here's the cleave attack, but what made him decide he wanted to do that, right? Like, was it just enough of a range difference to where the right underneath him attack when it hit, in which case he's like, okay, I need to switch to a larger range attack? You're not knocking me off my horse. I refuse. I don't even think he knew where he was going, but let's see if I can bait him into a long-range attack. I did. Oh, we outran his fire. Let's go. That might be kill. Okay. Alright, there it is. See, that time the lightning didn't hit us. He hit us with the claw, but the lightning didn't hit us. And because the lightning didn't hit us, we were able to live because of that. But why didn't the lightning hit us that time? Because the time before that, it hit us and it killed us, but that time it didn't. Don't really make too much sense, but alright. Insect squeeze, I believe so you would say that. It's cool. I mean, it seems like they have some cool magic in this one. Not to say that some of the other magic wasn't cool in the Harley Dark Souls, but I mean, come on. Some of this magic well, I mean, that's probably everything, right? I mean, we found a dragon, we found the church, we found the grave. It's probably all getting out there. Still feel like there should be something within this area, like right here, but maybe they're considering this lookout tower is the thing. We'll go ahead and teleport to this one. We might go for like another hour or two, but then I'll probably have to call it there just because I've got things to attend to earlier in the day. We can talk to you again. You're becoming more talkative, you know.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you?
Sure.
In Marika's own words, hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god, but should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices.
Thanks for that.
Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me.
Yeah, I would like more HP.
Your ambitions, the principle.
More HP, please. Just more HP. More. We should have enough for another level here. Need a little bit more than that, but yeah, this is gonna end up being another level. What if we get enough HP to where we can live through 2 hits on a boss? You know what I'm saying? A lot of bosses are going to become much easier if that ends up being the case. We also are getting more defense for it as well. Like our immunity and stuff like that has gone up more, as well as our defensive stuff. Our fire defense used to be much, much lower, but now it's better. Because I think they said HP also helps in fire defense for whatever reason. Yeah, affects fire resistance and immunity, so it helps against fire and whatever immunity does. Resistance to poison and rot. Yeah, makes sense. Robustness is blood loss and frostbite. Interesting. Focus, sleep, and madness. I don't think we've actually interacted with madness yet. Sleep, I would imagine so. Vitality, death, that's relatively rare, but alright. Holy lightning. I wonder what gravity magic counts as. Maybe it just counts as regular magic, because it doesn't really seem like it fit in anywhere else but that. We finally have more HP than we have stamina. It took a moment, but we do. Now to actually get into this area over there. We even have a statue over here, apparently. It feels like somebody's gonna jump me over here. The fact that they gave me a statue in this area. I'll be taking this. Grace Smith. More Grace Smith. What is... I still don't understand the idea of this Grace Smith. Rostering the Holy. Okay. I'm not sure how that's different from regular holy grease, but you know, we'll figure it out when we figure it out. A whole bunch of undead characters. We have ourselves a merchant? We haven't had a merchant forever.
Is someone there? A customer? Well, how long has it been?
Right? That's what I'm saying. It's been a minute. Perfume bottles, still have no idea what that does, but I imagine I want it. Below the capital, information? Yep, information's pretty good. Profit stuff. I mean, we have the, we've got runes that we can use to buy out the merchant. Why not? Why not? This dude's pretty expensive though, so it's probably gonna end up taking up all of these. That's alright. Was kind of hoping he had some more of those keys for me to buy off of him. Turns out not to be the case as of so far. What happened to my inventory? There we go. These aren't gonna matter, I'm sure. But, yeah.
Something else?
Something else? Oh, yes, absolutely. Hey, this guy has all the arrows, and you can buy infinite of them as well. That's really good. Century storage. I believe this is what the tree sentinel had, one of them anyways. Torch given to protectors of the Earth Tree. Its flames are bestowed with a special incantation which allows to bear the seed. Assassin's Cloak that fails, furnished on behalf of the Earth Tree and the Grace-Given Lord, such that a Knight of Black Knives will never come again. Thrust torch forward to set foes ablaze. The skill is especially effective against foes who are weak to fire. 7K? Oh. What? What? This torch does holy damage? The torch just... what? So I guess the torch base does holy damage, but the skill does fire damage. I mean, having access to two of those is not bad. Extinguished Great Shield. No skills. The actual amount of stuff it has is bad, though. Most of it is 60 outside of lightning. It's expensive, though. I mean, like, all this armor isn't cheaper than that. I mean, I'm still gonna end up grabbing it, but this guy straight up sold a perfume bottle, and now we're at half of whatever we need for perfume bottles. You can straight up just infinitely buy invades from this guy as well. That's kind of gross. Got a Grace chilling right here. Go ahead and grab that. Not that, but you know, that'll work. Hermit Shack. There's gotta be more in this area. We haven't even scratched the surface of this area. I just saw the merchant shack and I was like, yeah, should probably hit that up. That being the case, where are we going next? Just taking a quick look around these areas. Okay, we know those things are enemies because when we were fighting the Necromancer, they were running around and attacking me. Not too surprised at seeing that. Taking this. I was wondering what I was looking at, but it sounded, at least what I could hear through my headphones, to be just an enemy. Getting back up. They gotta be hiding more stuff. Gotta be something else. There we go. That's something. Winged crystal tier. It's still weird to find tiers other than where the trees are, because they made the whole big deal about, yeah, you'll find the crystal tiers next to the, you know, the gigantic trees that we've been to and whatnot. And generally they're from, you know, the bosses guarding the tree or whatnot. But, you know, kind of weird that we're fighting bosses of the trees, since I'm assuming that the trees are probably good for us. But maybe they're considered, like, corrupted or something like that, in which case that would make more sense. Gold Ring 4, not really worth that much, but still better than nothing. At some point, I should probably make myself a FP blast, so that way, in case my horse ever dies, I can recall it back in, which probably would have helped at the other boss fight. Well, I guess it really wouldn't have helped in that last boss fight, because if he ever got us on the horse, he basically one-shot us, and then if he did it, we were able to heal back to full, so maybe not. I guess it'll just depend on the boss to see. We checked out that area right there. I would imagine he is. I'm not really seeing anything too particular there. Anyway. This says there's like a boss or something. Usually these tell me something about the next boss. Second defense of Lindell, the fallen omen stacks high the corpses of heroes, yet the Earth tree remains unshaken. Trying to hide that. Gold room too? This far in, you giving gold room twos out? What do you do? Tried to pull up my map, but apparently it still thinks I'm like in combat or something, yet I'm just roaming around. I imagine that is what is stopping me from using the map, but that gold really active against me right now? No way, right? Yeah, no, okay, he's not shooting at me. He's shooting at somebody else, though. Why? My horse really likes to try and kill both of us sometimes. Jeez. Ow. Why you gotta be like this, horse? Now I already had to use a tool blast to heal it back up. We'll probably have to head over that way anyways, but you know, ideally avoiding the golem sniping me would be preferred. Yeah, I guess we were somewhat close to the tree. I'll be taking this. And it didn't give it to me, of course it wouldn't. Why would it do that? No, okay. Just absolutely. Oh, good, you're an insta-killing user, of course you are. Yeah, these guys are generally better on horse. As long as you don't get caught by their attacks or whatever, these guys are much easier on horse. Finally, I will be taking this now. I gotta imagine that's a tier. Twiggy Cracked Tier, Crimson Crystal Tier. I think I actually have 2 of those now, in which case I could mix both of them together and get a, essentially another Estus Flask out of it. But the potential stats that, or the potential other benefits it gives to me is generally better, in which case I'd probably still keep the Dexterity one that I have. Because having that extra endurance is pretty nice. That extra stamina recovery is always good, too. Nothing else over here. Alright, well, we ended up grabbing the tree there. Well, probably don't want to be falling down that way. Where are we working towards? That's a good question. Should be getting close to the golems around here. Yeah, there's a... Oh, good, there's a 3 of them. Oh, fantastic. I would love to fight them, just, you know, maybe not 3 of them at the same time. That might be a little much. As long as I stay on the horse, they generally aren't that accurate to be able to hit me. I'm tempted to go down that spirit stream just to see what's in there. You know what? Let's do it. And then if I've already been there before, I'll just jump back. That should also get us away from the golems, or at least they should reset their aggro. In which case, maybe we can then deal with them in a more 1v1-ish situation. Do I need the bear to be able to break this? It seems like a bit much, but maybe. Unless there's something larger, or I was somehow expected, like, for the golem to be able to hit over here. Can you break this? Can you actually break this, though? I'm not convinced that you can. I'm not really convinced that you can. Something tells me I might need somebody a bit heavier than you to break this for me. Although I doubt I've touched this. I've not. Okay, let's see if I can actually gain access to it. Those things usually don't give, like, the greatest of rewards, but they're not bad either. I just don't know if they're ever gonna give out, like, a special item for one of those things, right? In which case that'd be, like, the worst feeling of missing out on it because of that. But if it just gives out, like, regular, smithing items, then I don't care too much. Anything behind me before I go in? No. Ariza Hero Grave. Ah, that's fantastic. Another grave. Great. If it's anything like the last one, though, it won't be too bad. Sure, take my key. I can only imagine I'm getting close to running out of those at this point. But alright. Oh, good. Instant kill bros. Great. You guys are relatively dangerous. You're the worst. Oh, boy. Well, that's such a lame mechanic, but okay, sure. Alright, well, we know who's in here now, in which case I gotta get rid of them as quick as I can because Alright, we got one down. If I wanted to play this extremely slowly, I could just sit out here, wait for this to wear off, and then go back in there, but that's so late. Again, this mechanic's even more lame, so... Take it. Go and hip it? Something along those lines? Alright. I don't know if that was worth for a single what. Don't tell me it's one of those things again. Don't do me like this. No jumping ahead? Probably could have guessed that one. It's gonna run around the corner or something, right? Doors. But of doors. Right. Right. Bandbaggers. I can't drop down from... Really? It looks like I have to drop down, otherwise how would I get past that one? Oh boy, these areas... Oh no. These areas could have never existed in the game and I would have been fine with it. Oh, I hate these areas. Alright, we grab my runes, we go back, we jump down, and then we'll see what's going on there. Light mechanic is interesting, but it's also pretty simple. Yeah, there's no way I make it through there, so jumping down's gotta be it. You serious? Did it get closer? Or was I just not in the middle again? What? How did it hit me? I guess on the turn, maybe it's got more width then, instead of what it would normally have because of the turn. Whatever. Whatever, it's fine. At least this part so far is not difficult. I don't like that they randomly hit me for whatever reason, but... I'm just running straight down. I don't even have runes at this point. I'm just running straight down there. Whatever fall damage is better than just getting insta-killed by this thing every time. I hate insta-kills, man. It's so dumb. There's no skill in it. The only time that insta-kill is good is when the player has it. I mean, let's be real. When you insta-kill some things, you're like, oh yeah, this is great. And then, like, you get killed by regular enemies by an insta-kill, and you're like, I think I'm good. Something's gonna be down here. I would think, anyways. Yep. Everybody that does insta-kill, of course. All of you suck. Get me out of here. I really don't care about these flowers that much, because I still don't really know what they do, but I guess I'll grab it on the way over. This entire area is just full of people that do insta-kill. That's so gross. Okay. Stone sword key. I don't know where the other one is. Thank you, message. Woo. Get me out of here. Don't care about no skeletons. Ain't afraid of no ghosts. Apparently people said that new Ghostbusters was good, but after the last Ghostbusters, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, this one takes forever to get back through, so I definitely want to go through after this game passes. Or maybe not, because now it seems like he's just going to chill over it. I think I know what I have to do. I think I have to do diagonals at this point, since it doesn't seem like it's going all the way back up. And, well, maybe this one. Okay, so when that one goes, that one's gone. I thought, when I was gearing it, I thought it was going to be that one over, the one that was in front of me, in which case I need to move to the side, but no, apparently it was still the one to the other side, so, rip. Ah, well, it's fine. At least it doesn't take long to get back there. Unlike that other one that we did yesterday, in which case that one. Oh. Well, I got stuck on the wall, so hopefully that doesn't end up getting me killed. Just keep running. Nope, not even dealing with your insta-kill nonsense. We out of here. Nope. Missed me with that. I knew it had to be close. I couldn't see the bar because my ring light's in the way. There's just no good other spot for it. I was playing around with it. I was trying to get better angles and whatnot, but no, this is generally the best area. Which is unfortunate because it covers the bar, like, for the stuff, so, like, I can't. Unless I'm, like, looking on my monitor, I won't be able to see, or my laptop here, I won't be able to see the bar to know how close I am to get insta-kill. Because that's fun to get. I mean, I guess I could kill these guys off, but, like, something tells me that's just kind of a losing fight. Really? Oh, there's another spot right next to it I could have dropped into that I didn't see. Oh, come on. I really hope this one has a new boss in it and not a duplicate boss. I guess that'd be like one of my main complaints for Elden Ring so far, would be the fact that there's so many reused bosses, right? Like, don't get me wrong, there's still a lot of different bosses, but there's also a lot of reused bosses as well, you know? Like Margit, we had already fought Margit, we had fought the Crystalline dudes, we had fought plenty of others. What actually made it over? It can't be alive for long. Can I switch? Good with that. I'm just gonna let this thing run it over. Okay, so we needed to do one more pass through, and then I can run completely down the left side, isn't it? Assuming it doesn't stop right here. Trying to see if I'll get it to go all the way up by going that far. Doesn't seem to be. Why did you do that one time? Now they're both just chilling, right? In which case, I think I'm gonna have to do the idea I was thinking of before. Just go this way. That one should pass me. I go this way, and then keep doing it like this, just zigzagging it. Oh boy, of course there's another one. Of course there's another one right there. Oh. And it looks like I'm gonna have to go off to the right there because it's moving too fast, in which case I'm gonna have to let it go through, and then I'm gonna have to sit there, and then I'm gonna have to let it go back through, and then run through again, which is... Jason, would it be so bad if there was, like, actually checkpoints in the area? But the fact that we have to do stuff like this all over again every single time just makes it repetitive. I imagine that's not just me, then. Repetitive can be okay as long as there's like some form of fun involved with it, but when it's just like the same thing every time. Hide in this one so that way it kills off any of the guys using the instant kill on the offense or something. Yeah. I already get instant killed enough. I don't need anything else added to the instant kills. Figured it was going to go all the way down this time. Alright, they'll kill me like right there. So if I see like right here, I'm good then, right? You know what? I think I might rather take my chances going this way, where everybody else is thinking the same thing. Probably have to run and jump for that, huh? Nope. Looks like I just had to jump. Okay, fair enough. There's probably still items up there that those things are protecting, but something tells me they're not story essential, which if that's the case, forget it. Like, where else can I go? There's another way down that way, and then there's this main way here, which I can only imagine is the actual way I need to go, but because I have yet to pull a lever, then it doesn't matter, right? I don't know, we'll see. Yep, so my aim doesn't suck. Hey, there we go. Oh, good, both. Okay, stop one from attacking. Remember, if they take 3 hits to die. So there's. I don't know how close I am. Okay, we lived. You know what? Nah, I'm not even gonna go any farther. I'm not even gonna go any farther. I'm gonna wait for this bar to go down. I'm gonna wait for it to go all the way down. I can at least look at my monitor now while I'm not fighting it, in which case, yeah, it was relatively close. Had I had sat one more, like, burst of smoke from those guys, I probably would have ended up getting insta-killed. So you know what? Nah, we're gonna be lame and sit here for it to go all the way down, because I don't want to get insta-killed at this point. So you know what? It is what it is. I knew it. At least we didn't aggro that one the same time as the other one. That would have added some more things I would have had to dodge. Who else is with you? There's no way they're just throwing one of you guys at. Grab this. Vulgar militia. I've yet to use any of the ashes, but it does seem to be more of a, you know, a caster sort of deal more than anything, with how much FP these generally require. Sounds like we're not done with these things, because of course not. Why wouldn't we be, right? There was another area that we could go to, in which case I'll probably go ahead and do that. This definitely seems to be like the way of how I would get that other part. I'm standing as much as humanly possible on the message. Oh, come on. It pushed me. It pushed me off. Really? It pushed me to the side, man. Come on. After all that. After all that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Really? Well, we got ashes and stuff out of that, so that's something at least. And now I can try the other way in that area. And assume that the lever that I needed was probably the other way anyways, in which case I'd have to do it anyways. We'll see if that ends up being true or not. I'm still interested to see if there's any way I get past this thing, although I don't think there is. There's just no exits, I don't think. I just want to see if there's any exits or something we can hide out in. Interesting. Okay, there is one. Question is there anything worthwhile up here? I think this just... Okay, so that thing originally... I see, okay. So it goes the same way, it's just a different way of going about it. Kind of like the area that we just went to. The other area seems almost easier. I mean, at least that way you don't have to deal with the enemies, right? But there's also, I would say, a lot more chances for mistakes going that way. So, a bit more risky, but you get the same reward at the end of it, so why take that risk, right? Although I'm interested to see if I can do it again. For science. Yeah, so we're going back down the hole. Based on that, we're going back down the hole. That's it. I've probably died more to those things than probably any other enemy, if you want to call them enemies, in the entire game. By this point. Not that it's very difficult when they insta-kill you, no matter what level you are. I imagine they insta-kill at all levels. I guess I'm not max, I don't know, what is it? 713 or something ridiculous? In which case, maybe you'll live somehow, but, you know. Oh, only, 700 plus? Or, well, 600 plus levels away? Like, that's bad. I fully expected to get ran over there. Not even close. Just have to get back up. Forgot about that one. I hate everything. Of course, there's not. There's always another one. Yeah, just allow me the use of my horse, and we could, like, cut down the time I needed these areas by, like, half. But no, that would make it too easy, wouldn't it? Okay, alright. We're good? We're good. Send me. I don't even care. No, I'm not trying the other way. We did it once. We didn't benefit off of it at all, so not even a point in doing so. Anytime this wants to roll on through. Oh good, now it decided it wanted to roll on through. Great. Feels like I'm hiding here until it actually says it. I guess if I didn't hesitate, then, you know, maybe it wouldn't be a problem. But now I've got everyone getting in. Oh, good, it ran it over. Good. That could be a problem. Alright, so which one do you went all the way up, and which one's about to run me over right now? 50-50 chance, and of course I chose wrong. Of course I did. It's not like every time it's been that one that, no. Why would? Of course not. Even though it was so delayed at the beginning, and then that time it was like, oh, time to pick it back up as soon as it sees me in the area and runs me over. I hate these areas. I don't know if whoever heard the people that developed this area of the game, but like, come on, man, you gotta bring that pain to us. Alright. Okay, let's see. Am I getting ran over immediately, or are we good? Okay, it went the other way, in which case maybe I have a chance. I don't know with this. I think I'm gonna hang out on the side here, friend. I don't know where the other one. Something tells me I don't want to know either. Yeah, based off of that, probably was a good idea to go on through this. I still thought it was gonna kill me. I was still pretty convinced. Okay, I'm right next to the pole. If I get hit by this, I'm so upset. Well, I don't really have much choice of the way to go this one. Guess it felt some mercy that time. It didn't actually kick me off the edge like it did. Still feel like I have to go down on that bottom set there in order to pull the lever. Gotta imagine your time for jumping off. Yeah. Alright, you run straight forward if you would. No control there, no drift. This would be like the worst time for it. Sorry. You and one arm. Something's gonna appear around me. There's too many bones in this area. Somebody's coming to life at some point. Where am I headed? Tell me it's the lever. Just give me the lever. Well, it sounds like one of those magic circles just made something. I want to go home. Save. Alright, that jump is not good enough for that. Okay. Alright, gotta wait for another one. I have 0 time to make this work. Run. I think we're good. I was fully expecting to get shot with fire on that thing. What? I'm guessing I was supposed to be able to get up on this somehow? Or maybe not. Praise the armor, then welding. Visions of attack. Okay, so I think this is gonna reset it back to what we originally had it at. I guess this helps or hurts me later, potentially. I don't. What's changing? What is changing? Is anything changing? Well, now the light's here, but what's that mean for me? Looks like nothing, so what happens if I do it this time? It should take the light away, right? But if it's already spawned, how does that help me? Apparently, it must help me somewhere, somehow, in the fact that it takes it away, right? I can live through the fire. The fire, that's not a problem. I mean, we may not be able to fight the boss for real after it, but, you know, I guess we just run past it now. But where would we get headed to? Something tells me I'm probably still gonna end up getting killed here. Yeah, okay. I just don't know what it wanted from me there. It didn't seem like I could jump on it in order to be able, because it seemed like it was lifting, it would have lifted you like really high up into the air, right? But how would I have gotten on top of it? Maybe I just go back the first way I originally went? A better idea of where I was even supposed to be going in this area would be nice. Apparently some enemies already got killed off up there, although I guess that's a normal thing since I normally get that amount when this run. Okay, I don't know what happened, but they all ended up dying and I got an entire set of free armor, so I'll take it. Oh, it's beautiful. They finally got killed off for once. Let's go. Maybe because the areas don't appear. Okay, apparently whatever we did, we actually did it, and we got an entire set of tree set here, which which I'm very interested to see if it's actually worth anything. Nobody chasing me. I think we're good. Alright, whatever we did to that seems like it ended up working out. Everything is good, but it puts us into a heavy load with that. I want to stay medium or left, if at all possible. Excuse me. Alright, we have a statue. Got one random skeleton bro, although it sounds like we got more people. Well, if that's the case, don't mind if I just run into the boss then, huh? And then we can start off with this. Crucible Knight and a different Crucible Knight. Fantastic! I hate the Crucible Knights. I did one fight with the Crucible Knight by itself, and that was annoying as is, so I can only imagine that two of them is going to make it that much better. Okay, well apparently whatever, it flicked into that hit, it does damage through my shield, so that's great. I can't punish this guy at all because he's got that guy behind him. Oh, this one's gonna be rough, I can already tell. Because these guys I can't even stagger. Oh. It feels like I need status effects or magic or something for these guys. But that would be too easy. Yeah. This dude with Peerless Blade seems like he should be the easier one of the two to kill. Because I don't have to go through the shield with him, you know, I just gotta get his shield. He seems much slower than the dude with the shield. It's probably the purpose of it. Okay, let's just die then. Yeah, there it is. I had my shield up, but apparently it just didn't matter. This one's gonna be rough. I can already tell. It's just, I can't stagger them, so I can't expect that. I don't know how bleed... The regular Crucible Knight was pretty bleed resistant, so I can't really expect that to work either. Maybe on the one with the lance, maybe. Chances of that, though. Can't even punish that guy with the counterattack because it just goes right through it. Always got somebody attacking me. I need some way to get these two away from each other. The lance dude is already slower, which potentially gives me a chance to fight the regular Crucible Knight. And that seems like it's going to have to be the way that I do, in which case I'll have to kill off the knight with the shield first instead of the one with the lance, which arguably would be easier to kill because I don't have to worry about a shield. This with two people would not be bad, because, you know, then you can take one knight, the other person ideally could take the other knight. But, the chances of that happening... I mean, I would rather not have help. Just to be able to say I did. Then again, I already killed one of the Crucible Knights. I mean, once I killed Lancer Knight, I guess I could say I could kill. Okay. This is easily my best sword, too. This is the only sword I have smith, so anything besides this is going to do less, unless the fire or lightning or holy damage or whatever a different weapon has potentially does better even than this sword at like +6 or something, which would be crazy. I mean, maybe there is something to that. No. That guy has a lot more range than I think he does. The whole lance thing. fight really slow in order to make things happen, which is gonna be gross. And then I'll still get hit by something random and then die at the end of it, and then I'll be like, alright, well, time to not do that ever again. I need to be able to split up these two, which one? I can only imagine why these pillars don't break is for that reason, in order to be able to split them. I was able to block the first one, but the second one was different. How? I'm considering just grabbing throwing weapons and then, like, just burning them on these guys, because this is gonna take so long without having some form of range to be able to deal with them. Maybe on next gen, we'll see how it goes. See how effective it is, anyways. I want to be able to attack them, but with those two together, I'm just never gonna have the ability to do so. Like, I got one hit, now they're already back together, and I had no stamina, so had the other one hit me, I probably would have stamina for it. What if I just run around in a circle while I attempt to do some of these things? Oh, I'll probably get hit and die. Yeah, that might happen. That was good. Okay, that could go through the pillar. Good to know. Alright, so I'm just finding throwing items or something that I can apply status effects to these guys with. Hopefully apply status effects to these guys, because this is going to take way too long if I have to do this using purely my sword. That's going to be the case. Find myself some throwing items here. Hopefully I have enough. Build up poison. That'd be nice. Use the inflict magic damage. That could be good. Except I only have 8 of them, and that's it. Fan daggers. Throw at enemies to cause buildup. Does it poison me as well? I don't necessarily think so. Use FP that emit banshee gravitational shock or something. Gravitational explosion. Do these get... It does say consumable, so they do end up getting used up here. What else could I really use? Not much. What if I just craft a whole bunch of just poison items to throw at them? Maybe that would work. Throw at enemies, cause buildup of poison. Container 6. All of those require containers, which I don't really have. Really? All of these require containers? Produce a magic. That might be worth something. Crystal darts. Poison dart. That, I think poison might work, in which case maybe we can work with this. Need like... Give me 25 of those. I can only hold 40 on me though, is like the thing. So if I can only hold 40, make 40 of those. We're just gonna go all throwing items because they're relatively slow, so I can generally just use my shield and back off when I need to, and then just keep doing this. Not the way I want to do it, but they're not really giving me much options here. Use FP to throw. I don't have that much FP is the thing. And then these require containers, which I don't really have either. Arrows? We could go with arrows. Could go with arrows. Golden tincture. It does holy damage. Okay. Causes scarlet rot buildup. That could be worth something. What's the difference between fletched and regular? Although I guess I don't really have much to work with that on. Shatter Shard does what exactly? Creates a resonate noise at point of impact. Have no idea. Fire bolt. Fire damage. Fire, this is holy. Poison. Poison might be the way to go. I hope Alex Poison's the way to go. Maybe some poison arrows. Make how many? Maybe 5 of those. Alright, well, this is going to be a different one, how we end up doing this, but yeah. Oh, golden order seal is a sacred seal? That would make sense, huh? Well, I need a bow. If we're gonna attempt this, I need a... would even be a good... But apparently this one's better than this one. It's got more range and slightly more damage. Okay. And then arrows and different stuff. What do you use? Use regular bows? With a very long range. I don't know what bows you use. It's like the thing. Poison bow. There we go. This one does what? Deals magic damage? That could work. We also have fire bows. We can try fire and poison, see how this works. See if this bow actually works with that. I don't even know if I'm using the right stuff, but we'll see. Not exactly sure what those is using. It's like the thing. I don't know if this is using standard. This is using our. This is using our poison once or no. I mean, this could definitely work if they're gonna be this slow. It would take forever, but it could definitely happen. I'm pretty sure it's just using my regular bows at this point, which is fine. I don't generally use them for anything else, so why not, right? I gotta do like 3 rolls, shoot, 3 rolls, shoot, something like those ones. I didn't want to do this, but they forced me to do this because clearly me being in melee range is just going to be death for me. I'm having a good job of guiding them. These guys are able to get to me like this. There we go. I need to go on full-on sprinting and then do it. Yeah, that's definitely the way to do it. Okay, yeah, so it works. Lances and all that with the range. Maybe I need to run without having lock on. Oh, and then. Oh yeah, this was way ready. I really didn't want to have to do it this way, but they're forcing my hand here. If I can't use melee and effectively expect to win, then, you know, I gotta do what I gotta do. It keeps trying to run me in a semicircle when I could be running in a straight line, which would put me farther away from the current. Ah, maybe. Not that one again. That makes me shoot. How do I switch my arrows? Just keep running. Okay, now I've actually successfully switched my arrows. That took way too long, but let's try this now with our poison arrows, shall we? I don't know if I'll ever be able to shoot enough to make a difference in terms of actually stacking said poison, but we'll see. Assuming they even can be poison. I hate having to play it like this, but there's no like real way that I win the 1v2. This is just not happening. Okay, I guess now it's switching me back to my arrows I was using before. Why? Whatever. If I use all of them, I guess maybe then it'll actually switch me to my poison arrows, which I thought I was using. I was like, they shouldn't be doing the same damage. I'm pretty sure their physical damage is far lower. Well, once I use them all, it should be forced to switch to them, I would imagine, which means we can actually test it out. This is how archer classes would probably have to play this as well. That's what the gross stuff. Just kite the entire time and then get a shot in when you can, just kite it. Of course, their build would be built a lot better, and I'm sure their damage would be much higher than mine, and, you know, on each arrow shot. In which case, it maybe wouldn't be as bad as that. I don't know. Yeah, they're pretty beefy boys as it is. Finally, we're starting to run out of these arrows. Hopefully it automatically switches me to the other arrows, otherwise I'm going to have to figure out how to switch to those. That's thick, that's not what I want. Okay, how am I going to do this? Gotta run all the way in the corner, and then I got pot swap this nonsense. Oh, it's using the wrong arrows anyways. Oh boy. Using the wrong arrow slot anyways. I don't know, man. I don't snipe in this game. I mean, this is what, like the second time we've actually used the bow outside of that one thing that we were fighting. Ow. Ah. Yeah, you know, honestly, just kill me so I can set this up Even though we did decent damage to that one guy. But, yeah, no, clearly this bow is not doing what I needed to. So this one was the crossbow. So if I just use a regular bow or a light bow, maybe, that will actually use the ones I was thinking I was going to be using. This one, oh yeah, it shoots really fast or something like that, right? One touch fires a volley of bolts. There we go. These are the bolts, okay, so I used up all my worst ones, rip. Black key to scarlet. Right, interesting. Flared bolt does bleed. Better bleed than what I had. Great lightning bolt. High lightning damage. Much higher damage. Okay. So give me... Well, if I'm gonna be using bolts, the ballista takes bolts. In which case, ballista, you give it some massive bolts and some lightning, I guess. You use these, right? Alright, that's the kick. Yeah, that takes a minute to set up. If we're gonna be running that, we don't necessarily need the shield, because if we have to use it two-handed anyways, then we may as well go light. If we're gonna do that, we may as well put on our shield that regenerates our HP, so that way if we do get hit, then at least that. So if I have specifically this out, and then wow, that's a lot of downtime. You know what? We'll try it, but that is a lot of downtime. I gotta imagine that this thing's gonna hit hard, though. It's not leveled, but I mean, it's a bandit blister. We have to be so far away to attempt to use it, though. Like, yikes. We gotta be so far away. I mean, I guess if we really wanted to, we could just keep running forever and having the shield heal us, but you know, that don't seem to be working out quite too well so far. It was nice when we got the double hit right there, though, with the lightning. It may not do, like, the most massive amount of damage, but I also don't have an upgrade. Like, if I had it upgraded to the same upgrade that I had, you know, my actual curved greatsword or something, you know, that might have hit, like, much harder. You can't be serious. You can't take that long in an attack and then miss. There's even two of them. It just threaded the needle. Oh boy. I gotta take off auto lock every time that I have to do a run around, because it just forces me too close to them. At least when I hit them with the hand ballista, they certainly feel it. At least when you shoot them, they basically stagger from it. I did end up hitting both of them with that. Of course, the shield one shielded it, in which case it only did so much damage. It does kind of feel good, actually, using, you know, a different weapon than what I've always been using. Not that I don't like that weapon, I actually like it a lot. I rolled. No. Our shield can heal that, though. Maybe. Hopefully it isn't too terribly boring to watch, but I mean, you've seen what me attempting to do a sword in here does. not exactly the greatest. Run. Run. Oh no, if I run out of bolts, I'm gonna have to hot swap them, which yikes. You are not far back enough there, person. You actually managed to miss his lance that at that distance. How do you manage to make that happen? Yeah, so range fighting these guys would definitely be the way to go if you were curious how to fight these guys. And something tells me they have no real ranged attacks outside that one fire lance throw that he does, and if you're just running around like this, he really shouldn't be able to hit you. I kind of want to upgrade this hand ballista now, just from this fight. It feels fun to use, like, it doesn't look like that much damage, but if it was at the same build-up that my sword is, like, that would be destroying people. I really need to look in the in-game details on how to snipe. I definitely should have done that before I came back in here. I keep having auto lock on while I'm running. I can't have that if I need the range. Did try to shoot the empty one, I'm pretty sure it did. Oh, that's not gonna work. I gotta figure out the right combination while inside of a boss fight. You know, easy enough, right? Oh, that ain't it. That ain't it. Turns out that is not. Okay. Yeah, so it turns out a hand ballista, maybe not the ideal shooter for this one, but I can't say it don't hit hard, especially, I mean, this is unupgraded too, and it's still hitting that hard. If he just did it, if he could just reload it on the run or whatever, it wouldn't be so bad. But the fact that he's got to kneel down and, you know, reset it makes it so much worse. I'm definitely running out of arrows in this thing before this guy goes down. I'm gonna be really hurt, though, by the end of it. If I can clear out one, I can go back to fighting sword fighting one at a time, but two at a time is just too much. If I could switch it up and shoot the shield guy, then I could potentially knock him back farther, in which case I might even be able to get a second shot off at some point, but I'm surprised it actually went through the first night in order to be able to hit him like that. What? Excuse you? Oh, good to see that as soon as you drop to like half HP, you start using all your crazy attacks. That's just great. Calm down. Oh, the hand ballista actually pierced, dude. You heard the sword ting or the shield ting there, as if it hit him too. It did do 13 damage to the shield guy, so it did actually hit him. But of course, you know, he has a shield up 24/7, so you know, didn't do the damage you would hope it would, but it did some. Yeah, run far enough. It takes so long to finally ever get a hit on him. It hurts the way too. Ah, get the auto lock out of it. How nice of him. He waited for me to reload my hand ballista in entirety and just stood there, and he's like, yeah, I know this sucks, so you go ahead and do this. It's like, well, somebody understands. Ooh, if we can get him lined up like that when he's actually attacking too, then, you know, maybe we got something going on here. I don't have that many ballista shots to be like, oh, this is gonna be the thing that kills them, right? But, can't say it's not putting a dent to them, at the very least. Not the way, I really do not want to play this boss fight like this, but it just, I feel like I have to. Ow. That was just unfortunate timing on my end. I definitely need to kill the one that's actually doing rage attacks. That guy needs to go face down. Doing them more often as well, which is like the worst part. You think if they hit me in the back and I have my shield on my back, that it would count as like an automatic block or something, right? Because like, even if they're hitting me in the back, but I've got my shield on me, my shield's on my back, right? So, probably gonna get that, yeah. So one thing I am noticing with that flying attack, though, is that it only has so much range. His lance throwing one seems to have infinite range. I gotta run him around the room again so I can switch out my bolts. I'm tempted to switch out my bolts anyways. I have to get the heal off just in case. Now I've got to run through again. Okay, apparently he had enough speed to be able to run at me at that point. Okay, I need to switch my bolts real fast. Take whatever you can. The dude's flying at me. You know, when you're not looking at them, it makes it real hard to get the timing down on there, but we at least got another bolt loaded. You know, it's gonna have to be good enough for the time being. At least if I can kill off this dude that's killing me with ranged attacks, we might have something going on here, but like, eesh. Alright, I need to be able to dodge this one. Everything does about the same amount of damage. I'm stuck on the wall! Oh no. Don't do it. Why? Hey, you know what? Somehow that worked. Somehow that worked. I still got hit, but somehow that even worked in the first place. If it was not my hand ballista, where I didn't have to do that long of a reload, it might work out better. I mean, I gotta try it until the end, right? Like, we got this final heal on me, and that's all we need. I mean, I've come too far that I'd at least finish out the incendies. Even if it needs the rest of my arrows, but when else do I use them? I had to change it to that guy at the end to attempt to get rolled for me. But of course he just shielded and didn't get knocked back by any means. Any means whatsoever, absolutely. The shot actually doesn't really do that much. I didn't think he was going to be able to hit me at that range. Alright, well, that's unfortunate. Time to try out the next one. I mean, it was working, though, is like the thing. Like, even at the end of that, the arrows were working. Like, range clearly is something they struggle with. This one says a volley of bolts, so I'm gonna believe that it's bolts and not arrows. In which case, it says it uses a ton of these. So if that's the case, go ahead and put these ones first, and then we'll switch to what's the difference between performance. Explodes with sparks, dealing fire damage. Explodes on contact, dealing fire damage. This just does 5 less damage, I guess, as opposed to the other one. Okay. And then, alright, so we start off with those, we move into this. If he somehow eats all of that, then I don't know. And if he manages to eat 99 arrows, then, you know, we might have bigger problems. Am I just supposed to be able to hold down and it'll show me how much I do? Like, I don't understand this one. I mean, we're getting multiple shots off. Okay, it seems like I get 3 per shot, but hey, you know what? It's damage. Not when they go into the wall, but... I think the other one actually hit the lance dude a little bit. The fact that it said like 60 damage or something. Not enough to be, you know, a significant amount by any means. I have a feeling that this bow is actually really good, right? Because it shoots really fast. And if you have one of the status effect arrows, you know, and then you hit something like 3 times in a row really fast with it, that's 3 stacks, basically instantly. In which case, that's why I had those on reserve, but I had to see how good it was first before I think about it. My flash don't even heal. I definitely want to upgrade this bow. Like, if I have like a realistic amount of resources for it, I definitely want to upgrade it for opportunities like this, so that way when things like this happen, we don't have to do this, where I gotta run around the room all the time, or at least reduce the amount of time that I have to do this. Right, because like we're already hitting him for like 180, right? But what if we were at +7? What if that did 2 times the damage? What if that was 360 a burst? Or even like 500 a burst instead of, you know, 5. Why did that one do 106? Maybe the thing has a critical chance? They were not wrong when it said you will run out of arrows, essentially, when you use this thing. It was like, actually, it might be worth it. Wish I had some form of auto reload feature, so that way every time I had it ready, the opportunity, I could shoot them, but no, every other time I have to reload. That should have gone as bad as what it did, but because of auto lock on, it made me stay in the range of them rather than me being able to run forward and get out of it. Alright, rip. It's not the way I would believe this, but I don't see how I win this fight. Melee's the thing. Especially if they're both on me at the same time. I must have been right at the edge of his dash attack for him to want to attempt the dash attack. If we kill off one, we get switched back to, our sword, but I need at least one out of the way. I thought me holding it might make it so, it like continues to shoot him. Not the case, just keep spacing. I'll be in baby rage mode now. Ow. Hopefully he's not shooting that at me. I expect. Never mind, okay. Alright, well, now that we know how this bow works, I can actually use the status effect bows that I have on me and see if that actually ends up going any better. And if it doesn't, we'll go back to our sword and suffer through that. What do we want? Scarlet Barrage could be interesting. Blood loss, I know blood loss works. Sure, you know what? Why don't throw both in there? Why not throw both in there? That skeleton rolling into me did damage. Come on now. Hey, just be please. I'm hoping this dude is at least able to be inflicted. We'll see how that goes. Hey, we got him afflicted with something there. We got him afflicted with something. It's eating away at his HP too, just perfect. Look at that damage! Look at that damage! It's still going! Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. I forgot to look how to change my arrows! No. Damage we're doing to him with Scarlet Rod. Like, wow, that stuff's good, apparently. I wonder if I could just run around at this point and expect him to, just like, heal over. Arrows, and well, whatever else you can give me. Alright, cool. No, it wore off. I mean, it did, boy, like 2,400 damage to him or something. I mean, I can't say that it did not do work. Now it's just that it was doing that. I need stamina at some point. Looking like fire not doing all too much work on this. Ow. Stop. It hurts. They close the range so much, though. I mean, like, look how far away they are. And, like, they still get mixed with their own food. Of course, it doesn't help when auto-lock runs me in a semicircle, in which case, instead of running me forward, I'm getting about, like, half the distance I would get otherwise. Barely enough stamina. Just barely enough, but enough's enough sometimes. Alright, I need more arrows. I need more arrows. Alright, that's the last of those arrows at least. Unless I can hot swap to a regular bow. Really bad timing. Okay, well, you know what, we lived, so that's good enough. I have a feeling you were gonna throw that at me. I almost feel like this is more interesting than the regular sword fighting, you know, because it's like either I win or I don't win. This is, I can potentially lose, and that's like something. After all of this, you know, instead of like running in there, getting like 5 hits in, and be like, oops, guess I'm dead. And this one's like, yeah, I could feel it in the rolls when I was doing it. I was like, I'm getting hit by this one. Okay, that's ridiculous now. Come on. Seriously? Again? I need to get more range away from them again. Pretty sure that dude just flew at me. Yeah, considering he destroyed a golem, probably. Oh my. Not even close. Just gonna drink up to it. I can't get any range, man. What happened? I used to be able to get range from these dudes, and now it's just not happening. I guess that dude's flying at me all the time. The other one, though, shouldn't be getting the range that he is. Must be taking shortcuts and cheating. Not running around the way I wanted to, more so. Probably a better way to put it. Also, whenever I have to fire, I end up losing, you know, that extra stamina that I can be using for running. We're also down a pillar this area now because he destroyed it, so now I don't have that field to run away from it. Come on. That one was just can't get that. I rolled too late. I deserve that. I don't deserve that one though. He's trying to throw it at me. Yep. I like it better when one of those hits him and then he gets a shielding in, so then he hangs back a little bit. He's flying at me. Just landed. I'm starting to run out of arrows again. I can't be having this. Wow, he actually thought he had enough range there. It feels like they're getting faster. But maybe that's just because they've got less pillars to run around now. Especially when he keeps breaking them like that. Okay, so if I run in a straight line, that doesn't have enough speed to catch me. Aye, calm down, friend. Get away from me. lock is bringing me too close to him, and then when I get too close to him, I have to spend the extra time getting away from him. And then when I try and re-lock on, I have to spend the extra time because it doesn't lock onto him quick enough. What if I just use an entire sprint play and then just run away? That dude should be dead, though. Like, this Lancer dude should be dead. Of course, if I attempt to fight this guy now, I have one Estus Blast to fight him at, you know, melee range, which is something. Of course, I could keep running around forever, and eventually the shield would heal me up, right? But that'd be so low. Oh boy. Need my weapon, man. Alright. We finally have our weapon, although I need to heal more because of the hits more. That still is doing damage to my shield. If my healing shield doesn't work. I'm messing with that back. Always those ground attacks, I hate them. I can't even punish him on that because he does that. I still remember some of his moves because of how long I ended up fighting this guy. He was definitely one of the bosses where I spent a longer amount of time on, just because he was so annoying. And I don't mean this fight in general, I mean like when I had originally fought this one. This was my last one. One day I'm going to be able to attack this one. Might be better to be the range. And something tells me getting hit by that is going to be a lot more problematic for me than it will be. The skill's doing work. Can't always land at those. Yeah, that's the problem with him once he gets to the half health. That dragon tail thing has like infinite range. Like that didn't look like that much range. You only see the first extension of that tail attack. What do I mean by that? He might show you, and if he shows you, then that's probably when I end up dying. Straight up. I wish I could ever punish that dude for that attack, but it's just too swift. And that's why you block that. And then even when I block that, I still end up taking damage because of what element it counts as. Oh yeah, the shield doesn't have 100% block, that's what it is. But it has the healing over time. I forgot I had switched the shields. Turns out different shields have different stuff. It's crazy. Might be able to punish him for that. Oh, I got so lucky. I got so lucky. That should not have worked out as well as it did. You know, shield to heal me up quicker, man. This is painful. I can really only bait him into that one attack. I need the one where he slams it on the ground. That's the attack I'm talking about. That's the one where I can actually at least 8 hit him damage. But then, of course, if I get hit, then it don't really matter, does it? one hit kills me at this point. I just have to run for it. It's such a lame way to play it, but that's the second Dragon Tail sweep that I was talking about right there. Had that hit me, I would have died immediately. I gotta sit like right at the edge of his range in order for him to attempt that attack that I want him to do. That is. You see how much range that second tail swipe has? It's crazy. I can't even afford the block attacks, man. I just need to heal. I used up all my healing already. Had I just been able to dodge some more stuff earlier, this wouldn't be so bad. I need to keep baiting him and stuff. I need him to use that attack. That's like the only one I feel even remotely safe hitting him on. You would think I'd be fighting like the final boss right now or something. Like, jeez. My health is still going up. I'd love to see that. I always forget he has that one tail whip on that. I need him to use that sword move. There it is. I thought for sure I was getting hit there. I think I need 2 more regular hits, and then I can use the skill and end up killing him. Although the skill has to be the final hit, because if he ends up hitting me because of the skill, it'll kill me at this point. I gotta be right at the edge of his range in order for him to think of that move. I can't get even hit by that rock attack again. That's so dumb. He has so much range. So does that. Well, it's had to wait another 5 minutes for my HP to come back. It's so lame. I hate having to play like this, but they forced me into it, man. You gotta believe me. If I had throwing items equipped, I could have been throwing them at him this entire time. I even thought of it beforehand, and then I didn't throw on my poison knives with it. Oh, that sucks. I can't even chance it at this point. I can't even chance it. Because if he hits me once at this point, I'm just dead. With a regular attack anyways. That rock slam down attack, I can live through that now, I think. A regular attack, though, like him hitting me with a fierce or that attack or anything regular? What? I hate life. Are you serious? Oh, that's so lame. That's actually so lame. Oh, I hate everything. I can solo it, too. I know I can solo it. I mean, we literally had that guy down to just about nothing. But of course, I ran out. Sucks. What else? What else? Which requires dexterity rather than strength. This one's got a rapid fire. This is not. 3 enemies. Crossbow, hand pistol. Maybe we try a regular bow, poison, And I don't have it else crazy. Spirit Flame deals magic damage while also affecting foes with frost. What is frost mean? I mean, it sounds interesting. I just don't know what it does. Fire didn't do all too much. St. Trina's powerful sleep. That could be good. Potentially put somebody to sleep. Or at least begins with gravitation power. Interesting. Holy magic. These are all great arrows though, so it probably can't use that. In which case, I don't know, man. We're getting weird on this boss, that's for sure. Although they're forcing me to be weird in order to actually be able to do this, because of course they had that too. If it was just the one, this would have been over already. Okay, this actually is better than this is already better than what I thought it was gonna be, so. Just, you're too fast, dude. Holy crap, get away from me. Why are you so fast? Why are you so fast? Trying to get this poison to stack up, but I've got nerve after me 24/7. Sucks so much, just get away. And of course the one that I really want to kill is the one with the shield. But of course, you know, the whole shield thing. Give me my experience. Now I should have extra regen, in theory, in which case I should be able to run, get it faster, and then get to him. Snipe him. In theory. This guy might be immune to poison, the fact that I've hit him with this many. Then again, it's been taking a minute for me to get these shots out there, so maybe. Oh, there we go. We got the poison to proc, baby. We got the poison going. I gotta keep the poison going on him though, otherwise he's gonna come from it. Just get a shot in here and there. Make sure we keep this guy on. It's so cheesy. It's so cheesy, but they're forcing me. People are like, I'm sure I can beat this guy with the sword or whatever. You know what? By all means, you do you. I figured out that this is the way I gotta play this. Sadly. Autolog's trying to get me hit here. Trying to keep the shots on him to keep this poison going, but he's really trying to make sure that I can. Ow. I think he just wanted to baby rage for him. Nah, he's in back. Oh, he's healed off his poison now, so now I think Of course, they're fast enough to reach me. Oh boy. 1,000 damage off of. Okay, we'll go back to sword at least for a little bit, and then if it doesn't work, then you know. Can I keep this on me without having to go in the heavy? Maybe. What if I just keep the baby bow on me, huh? Baby bow, you know, it weighs like nothing, right? Yeah, it still weighs like nothing. So if anything, if I ever get a chance where it's wherever get enough range, then I can switch to that. Not a crazy difference, but you know, something, I guess. I guess I could use it to mess with the shield guy, right? Because even if he shields it, I'm still gonna stack up poison at the end of the day. Why do I even run? They're just faster than us. I really don't want to call it help. I want to be able to say that I've beat like just about every boss, not every boss in this game without help. That NPC that I did allow in the Godric fight actually did continue the quest. I was at the round table, so I don't feel bad about using it then because I continued an NPC sword quest. And we ended up fighting a clone of him solo, and we killed him, so you know. This boss is like the worst because I can't even really save because if I try and go back or whatever, then I'm gonna have to do that part all over again, which like I switched to my better shield, so now I should be able to block everything. I'm not gonna get that extra healing, but considering it wasn't really healing me in the first place. I don't know how I did this. They're both attacking inside of each other, and it just doesn't matter because they just can't hit each other. How do I punish this, man? They're both sitting right next to each other. How do I punish this? I can't even get in range of it. Like, outside of them doing moves like that, they're on each other 24/7. I can't counter them because they don't stagger, so I'm going to end up getting hit as well out of it. Also getting hit potentially by the second one at the same time because I'll still be in the action of the other one. Why am I fat rolling? You're telling me the extra weight from the new shield is making me fat roll, where the other one I was just under? Are you serious? I can't even keep the bow on me. Come on. Oh, this boss sucks. Everything about this boss sucks. It's... Of course it is. Of course that's just enough to put me in the heavy load. Really? 95. It's like really nothing. I mean, range is clearly the way to go, but I don't have any range. Managed caliber +8, I mean, that's something. +8, it would give me range. I'm not so far getting a bleed proc. Sure? Why not? At least I'll have some range so I don't have to get in there as far. Still not hitting as hard. Apparently, somehow we go down the medium way with that. Okay. Why not? Alright, let's see how this goes. Oh, auto up. Still can't block the deck. Save the life, but whatever. I don't have enough range where that counter hits. What is the point of the counter? Like, half the enemies it doesn't even work on because they knock you away. Like, I'm using a halberd. Like, what other weapon would have more range? I guess, like, the, maybe a long thrusting sword or just a straight up spear? Like, if those those are the only weapons that consistently hit counters. And even then, I can't. I don't know why I tried to do that on the first one, but clearly they do more than I do. Can I heal? Alright, and not until I lose half of that heal at minimum. There, that'll affect this. I mean, we certainly do damage faster with the weapons that aren't the bows. Like, I'll give you that. We certainly pay for it. Gotta use punch. Alright, I guess we'll die. If I would have called in people, this fight would have been beyond done sooner. Assuming that there's even people in this area doing this right now. Much less putting down signs to be helpful, right? In which case, you know, we at least did damage with it. I'll try and I was trying out its skill. Apparently that only works on small enemies, I'm guessing, or at least enemies that would stagger to that, in which case it'd be pretty good, but clearly not against these guys that just absolutely do not care. So we know poison works, we know scarlet rot works, we know bleed works. Fire worked, although arguably not that great. This one does holy damage, although restores very small amount of HP when it squarely strikes him. That's cool. They're not wrong when they say very small. Windblade. Black Flame Tornado. Boldly create an initial flame tornado. It sounds interesting, but I just want to check out his skill, really. Because it sounds cool. Well, it looks like other people are trying this fight, and it seems like they're probably having about the same problems that I am. Well, it did do damage quite quickly on that guy. I'll never be able to actually do it ever again when they sit right next to each other, but hey, you know, at least look. It does damage. Like, they're definitely weak to magic. The problem being, you know, I don't have any real access to magic. So... which is funny that they're weak to magic, because they also use magic. Why is my microphone so... How does this happen? I, like, tighten it every stream, and yet it gets loose. Makes no sense. Man, it's... temporary boost magic. I guess I can actually equip my weapon with magic now, I think, anyways. Although if I'm just gonna get instantly killed, then it doesn't really matter, but, you know, I think I have some on me. Well, we should at least get our throwing weapons and stuff like that in here, at least it's something. Boost physical attack? That doesn't sound bad. Poison knives to build up poison? Yes. We know they can be poisoned. They do take magic damage, although I don't have enough to make that worthwhile. These do blood loss, which they can bleed. And not really much. Build up more poison. Break gem and use FP to produce a magic bullet. Twice the cost of peak men. Produce many magic bullets, although it's just... I don't see it being lethal. Go fire, no. Go magic, yeah. Go poison, expert. Go with magic, maybe? Although, I don't know how much I'm gonna be hitting them just yet. Give me it as an option. So now we've got magic damage, we've got poison damage. Flick Sleep and Flick Scarlet Rot, which we know definitely works on them. What else? Potentially poison. Throw that on there. Light shows the path, but without what? Similar to Grace, this fetish draws rays guiding the way, only without any sense of order. Useful as a last resort for those who have lost their way, or for use by those who believe that unrefined guidance will lead the true encounters. So I guess it's a potential way for you to find a Grace, is what I'm getting from that. Summons could be interesting, but I also have no FP. My FP is 68. Gonna be 69 now. That crazy. Summon 2 soldier splits. Equipped with a spear and a great shield. Interesting. Maybe if they drew aggro for me. Cause blood loss. They do bleed, although they don't really bleed too much. 5 with great shields. That could have been good, but also these guys, I believe, do. Yeah, these guys do rot. I mean, I haven't tried summons ever, so. Arrows, nah, you do magic. 5 demi-human spirits. You guys will get obliterated, I'm sure. 3 lone wolves. Doesn't sound bad. Greatly spew poison. Poison could be good. I mean, ashes might be worth something. Jellyfish usually kind of meh, unless it's already aggro, then maybe there's something. Oh, let's try ashes. Ashes seem interesting. It's something different, I'll take it. In which case, we're gonna start with something like that. Why can I not use my ashes? There we go. Nice, 16 damage, nice! That dude's about to get 2 shot. Okay, so those 2 instantly died and kept him off me for all of probably 30 seconds at most, which is not great. I also couldn't use that weapon skill because I used all the FP on those guys. But if I use my regular sword, I feel like I might just need bodies in that fight. Maybe. I mean, the great shields, it sounded like a good idea, but I guess when they can just get destroyed, I mean, feels a heavy bow. Maybe if he just sits around and like snipes at them, that could do something. Kind of want to try the dog, because if it could get Scarlet Rot on him, we've seen it do damage. Did it say I could actually apply magic to my weapon? It did. Applying my magic to this weapon? That could do something. Did the dog really go after the enemy that's outside the area? Well, you know, opened me up for 2 hits. I guess that's worth something. I like the idea of summons and stuff. I think it's cool. I wish I could have worked into it, but we've already gone so far into regular night build that it just would not work out well for us. The idea is cool though. Although I guess I could turn some of my healing stuff into, you know, the regen, in which case that might be something. Why am I? What's going on? May as well get the poison started, right? May as well get the poison started, right? Oh my. Or never mind, never get the poison started. It's not like I hit that dude with like 20 points. Why would the arrows do more poison than the knives? What's it? Oh my. I don't even think this is like the hardest boss. Like, I don't think that's like, but. The dog's interesting, but just everything just dies too fast that I had the ability to actually summon. Jellyfish I could summon too, although I don't know if they can actually stay alive at the same time. Or, you know, if I can actually summon two at the same time, it's probably a better way. Why not try my doggos? You know, I imagine it's probably gonna go just as bad as the other doggo went. But hey, you know, maybe it'll be worse something. No! I went all the way around. Oh, what? Hey, you know what? I guess one lived for now. And dude, I just can't get away from them. They're too fast. Nothing I can do. Yep, And anything else you'd like to throw in there? This is just straight up one dude attacking me, and yet I'm still running out of stamina. If they were both attacking me, I would have nothing. One of them has to die off. There's no way I can fight two at the same time. It's just not happening. Not with my setup. If you're a mage or a rage or something, you know, as we'd seen, you got a chance. But this anytime you would like to bleed, just say anytime you would like to bleed. By bleed, I mean poison. Same difference. It's all different dot damage. Same dot damage, different name. Yeah, just kill me. Oh good, finally we got the poison proc. Enough range, and that knocked him into the halfway mark, so now he's got his baby rage. Okay, my shield was up the entire time, but apparently that snuck under. Great. I was dodging that one just fine, but I lost the timing on it. that poison damage doing work. Oh, only I could ever punish them for anything. Oh, can't punish that. Oh, wow. Grab attack. Pretty sure that's a grab attack. I can only imagine that. Your poison ran out. I definitely want to activate that again if all possible. They're too fast. They need to be made slower or something. Like, whenever there's like two people in a fight, somebody's gotta be slower or something in order for me to be able to get them. Like, I can't deal with both of them being on me 24/7. Of course it did. Poison. Assuming I can even get more than one poison at a time on a boss. Apparently that was not enough. Okay, well, that took the longest ever, but alright. Yep, I knew that was coming. This is why I considered not doing put this on, but hey, you know what? It's here now. Did I hit this guy for even less damage by putting magic on myself? Yes. I can't even ever attack him with it because I keep dying. I got lucky this dude didn't even follow up, but that actual problem. One of you has to go. Oh my, it's so fast. Now my magic's already gone. Oh, just kill me. I wouldn't need to use magic soon. Alright, so Lone Wolves clearly did nothing. Absolutely did nothing. I don't even have access to poison anymore because my poison knives are used up. Okay. Yeah, so definitely need the poison grease. Poison knives are out. Feels bad. I could potentially poison using these. I gotta go all in on poison or something. Like, this is clearly just... What else would I want out of this that I can actually afford? Summoning 5 would be, like, fantastic, because then they've got 5 different ones to choose from. But no, I just do not have enough FP. Excuse me. Okay, well... want to be able to use those, but it's just not happening. Gravitational shockwave requires FP. Also requires FP. Makes an explosion. There are enemies use it to cause a gravitational explosion, but does what? It does the explosion, right? But what does that actually mean? On straight ahead using it springs forth from point of impact, that is. Got magic forward. Yes. If I'm not going to be using summons, then I could have that, right? Yes. Go ahead and give me my poison grease immediately. That's probably what the drawstring ones are, when it says quickly, as opposed to how long that took to actually activate. I mean, this is one way how I would get through the shield guy stuff, you know? Well, just kill me already. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I know it'd be easy if I just called somebody else in, but I don't want to. Oh, I don't want to. Kill me. Fine. I imagine this works throughout the area. Oh, I might have to think so. Nah, it still has it on my mark as if I should be able to find somebody else. Well, we'll see if that happens. If they don't, then, you know, it's just about whatever. In which case I'm planning on soloing it anyways. But in case I find somebody, I'm just done with this boss at this point. I just don't care. Screw this boss. Strong foe, yep. Hair ahead, pincer attack, yep. All sorts of yep. Oh, look, nothing. Yeah. Try defeating one by one. If only it was that easy. Try guard counter. Again, if only it was that easy. If only it was that easy. Build up poison using the cracked pots. Can only make 6, but I could at least potentially poison. These also need the cracked pots. I can make more poison knives again. Alright, poison. Make as much poison as humanly possible. Yeah, coating my blade with it is just not working. Alright, so now I have... We can go ahead and get rid of these poisons, because that... The coating poison would be great if it, you know, actually worked. This I could potentially... They do bleed, so I could potentially bleed with the other blades there. Magic spam. It takes a feat, though. What else? What else? Oh yeah, and then my poison pot. Okay, alright, well, now here it is. It should poison him through the shield regardless of his blocking, because it just has effects to me when I do it, so, you know. And if it doesn't, I'm gonna be upset that the rules are different from him than they are for me, but alright. Of course, holds on to the lantern instead of poison. Alright, it takes so long to activate, but the poison is so strong when it happens. Okay, I guess it just doesn't work on the shield dude. The shield dude's just, you know, he's just like invincible, you know? I mean, shield the block physical apparently doesn't get poisoned. You know, okay, I guess I just gotta focus on the lance guy the entire time. That's great. This boss is gonna make me so salty. Like, I just cannot deal with this nonsense. Extras went into the chest, fine. Alright, just focus on the Lancer and then... Oh! That's so bad. It's so good. He's just taking them all to the face, dude. Just does not care. He's like, have fun poisoning me. Like, I know it can't be done. I've done it before. There it is. Ah, we're playing the rage game the entire time. Okay. Okay, guess I'll just die then. I didn't think this knife was actually going to take as long as it did to throw out. Although maybe I was out of stamina, in which case that would make it take longer. That could be it. No pitches generally takes that long. It hits pretty hard, honestly. The actual knife, it takes forever to come out, but when it does it hits. And it's building bleed up on it, in theory. Although with how long it takes me to ever get a hit off. I ran the entire time, but autolock must be running me in just enough of a circle to get hit. The baby rage is too strong. Of course, this area had to be too easy, so then they're like, just double team it, and nothing can go wrong. Yeah, why not, right? Why not have a double boss in there? It's all good. I'm taking too much stupid damage. Although, to be fair, I can't really do much when I got two of them on me. We've seen how it goes when I try and fight these two together. It just does not work. I can't even run away from them because they run at me at the same time, and then if they decide to be smart and actually not run at me, but wait till I have to get in a corner or something. Then... Whoa. That's awesome. Alright. Sign rolled silly on that one, sure. Whatever you say. Still not enough poison. Now I gotta heal again, which is gonna take even more time off me being poisoned. How you want to leave this boss because I'm gonna have to do it again, but like at this point. Finally, we got the poison proc again. I'll never get it again after the proc though, because I just don't have enough blades on me. Not enough poison blades anyways, although I do have the containers and stuff, so you know, yeah, maybe. whenever they get caught around the corner like that, I can actually finally do something. It's just the amount of times where they both body block each other into a corridor is not exactly much. Of course that hit me. I guess I'm dead then, right? Great. That guy just got poisoned again, too. Oh my. This boss fight is stupid. Just walk. Just walk. Oh, that's the baby rage. I'll throw it out there again because I've got like infinite of these basically, but I keep forgetting that I have a stupid bastard on this thing. I don't know if that's going to change now because of that. I would imagine not, in which case, pretty. I'm running out of stuff to make poison knives as well. It's not what you want to see. I mean, I got poison arrows, but that also requires me whipping a bow and whatnot. Turns out nobody else wants to fight this boss. Crazy. Serious? One hit, this man stagger breaks. Really? I don't even know what I do for these guys because unlike Bornstein and Smog, right? At least those two, I can run around pillars and stuff. These guys either break them or just don't care. Excuse me, and they're faster. And they're faster than those two. Yeah. We have our poison knives, we still have pots. Guess I'll go in with my dexterity potion immediately on me, so that way I can throw these out as quick as I can. I gotta kill this Lancer off, because clearly the shield dude is just immune to my shenanigans, I guess. Of course, it's not like you just did 5 attacks in a row. Definitely don't get to take a breath or nothing in between any of that. No. Why would you? And that's just baby rage. This boss sucks. If it was just a 1v1, even if it was a 1v1 and then I had the 1v1 the next one, it would make it infinitely easier. Just fighting both at the same time, I just never have any time to do anything that I need against these guys. And nobody's out here right now, so I can't even call anybody. I guess if anything, apparently I didn't make the rest of my darts alright then. Well, I think I ended off with 3 extra last time, so maybe that'll work out for me. Tried to roll immediately, and then got punished, and then immediately got punished. Autolock's running me into the wall now. It's like, but you want to go in a semicircle, not run away and kite, right? Like, yeah, why would I ever want to kite melee enemies? That's crazy, you can do that. I guess I'll just save the poison for later, but then they're gonna be using their magic attacks and stuff. There's gotta be something. There's gotta be something I can do here. There's gotta be something I can do here. I can't even use a grease or anything because it's just, I don't get it enough. I don't get enough out of it. Shouldn't even have this in here because I don't use it, in which case there's not really much of a need to have it ever. What else? What else? I mean, a grease would be nice. It did do damage, but Scarlet Rock was like the way to go too. Like it did damage. Guess we try it. Oh really? That time it doesn't hit over my shield. Interesting. Tell me more, Elden. Tell me more. Hoping for the best. Go ahead and throw this one out here. That way I'll get hit while that's on. It did apply. It did apply in like 20 or something like that. 10 or 20, somewhere around those lines. So if I could ever get an attack in, I got something going on. It's just laughable at some point. It's like I'm supposed to be able to deal with this as a melee character? Like, what? I can't even counterattack him because he got... I can't even use a grease because I can't even guarantee that I stayed alive long enough for it to even be worth it. There's gotta be something better. We might be going back to bow strats, people. So, Gira, you know, hopefully you'll be up a while because clearly this is gonna take. Give me that back. We've got our poison arrows. We got poison everything. If I'm only going to be using the bow, get rid of my shield so I can be as light as, like, humanly possible. And then we'll even equip a second bow. Except this one will be using bolts, which we can use this one. This one, we could probably create some bolts as well. Need bolts. Poison bolt. There we go. So barely anything left for those. We get some more poison bolts. I can hold 99 at a time. Give me all 60 of those. Sure. Bells. I really have like no more bones left. What else? What else? Anything else I can make? Not really. Everything else is just about done with. Alright, well, bow time, baby. I really got hit by the enemy outside the room. Inside the room. Like, how much stuff do I possibly need against me? Hello? I have plenty of stamina? What is going on here, Gabe? You good? You feeling alright? Why was that going so bad? It shouldn't have, but it was. My stamina, that would do it. Alright, that makes a lot more sense. In which case, give me my dexterity up potion that I'm definitely gonna get punished for because, you know, I couldn't make one of these guys at the fight. No, you gotta have to. Of course, it's using my fire bows as well, and not my poison bows, which is actually the more helpful of the two. But I just can't ever get away from them. Maybe gravity stuff could be good on them. Like if it actually pulled them away from me, it could be good. I just haven't used anything gravity heavy, so I don't know how well it works. I just know it works well on me because it's always getting used on me. The baby rage this stream is too strong now. It started off fine, and then you know you get into this area, and then it's like okay. That dude swings at you, you're like, yeah, I'm fine, right? And then you look right back around and they're like 2 steps behind you. You're like, I'm not so alright anymore. Of course, I'm using this bow skill, which is why you see the FP going down, which is how I get all those shots off so quickly, but don't do so well when you don't have any FP anymore. And of course, I can't change the flask in this area because you can only change it at the gray site, in which case I would have to go throughout this entire area again to get back here. My arrows! Come on. I hate playing like this. I hate it so much. They forced me into it. I can't feel bad at this point. I'm so salty just that this entire fight exists right now. The ashes are useless. Like, it just... Everybody else that is in here is trying to solo it as well, in which case we're all just suffering in this nonsense. Breathe, my guy. Oh my gosh. Like, it never stops attacking. Like, he just never stops. Like, people, you know, they stagger and stuff, they run out of stamina. These guys just keep swinging, they can run at me 24/7, like... Maybe Pyramid could potentially be the way to go. I still don't see it, though. Did you get poisoned already? Holy. Hey, bows and That's the only time I get room away from these guys, if they end up doing moves like that, where they have to literally stop and set up to do it. That's the only time I get rooms away from these guys. Like, when he throws his fire sword or whatever, that's the only time I have room away. I don't have any more special bow shots either, so I just gotta wait for poison to finish ticking on him and then hit him with it again, otherwise I'm gonna be wasting poison bows on him. Although I guess I can switch to my other bow and start shooting off. Hello, my bow, please. There we go. I can have enough arrows to make this happen. He'll be hurt, but he's not dying to what I have left on me. In which case I'm gonna have to hot swap back to my sword in order for this. already went way longer in the stream than I said I was going to, so like, rip to me getting up early. Oh, that's suck. You suck. How did you hit me? Oh man, if the grease worked on the regular arrows, we might have had something. But naturally, of course, it doesn't. So. Even though you could have Scarlet Rot bows to begin with, but oh, they gotta be made special, I guess. Oh, that dude's done getting poisoned. Well, I could probably use out the rest of this. That was so close. If I could just clear one, man. If I could clear one with this amount of flask left, we might have a chance. Maybe. Even with that, that's still iffy, which is ridiculous, but, you know. Alright, starting to get the timing down on that one slightly, baby. Alright, time to throw that bow back and take this one out. That skill is actually so good on this bow. The fact that you can just increase your fire speed on your bow for mana, like that is really strong. I'm surprised they're not rushing at me right now. How nice of them. That still wasn't enough to poison, but you know, being nicer about it at least for once. Still not enough. I can't ever get enough time to hit it, man. My stamina does not come back fast enough. That probably... I was thinking for sure that was going to end up getting me hit. Thankfully, we somehow got out. Which tag's right next to me. I gotta get consistent hits in here somewhere, otherwise I'm never gonna be able to stack that poison again. Okay, finally we got it. Jeez. It's still not gonna be enough to kill him, is the thing. That's most certainly not gonna be enough. It's gonna go blows, but it's not gonna be enough, and I don't think I have enough left in my actual slots here to make up the difference. I tried to get a second shot off and ended up getting me hit. Lucky. I wish I knew the exact amount. I counted out how many arrows I needed. Then again, it always depends, because if I was able to hit them, you know, consistently quick enough, then maybe that makes a difference. Enough of a difference anyways. Be like, yeah, I need less. And then if I don't hit enough in time, be like, yeah, I need to hit more or whatever. Poison did over 1,000 damage to him so far. And this is the second thing of poison procs, in which case it did over 2,000 damage to him, really. And apparently that was enough. Hopefully it doesn't kill me off that. I figured he's throwing that, but I need to make sure that I hate everything. I hate everything. Dude, he was dead. At least the first one was dead. I at least can deal with the next one after that. I can't even use any more poison, but I don't even have any more poison arrows on me. I don't have any more poison arrows. My poison knives are just about down to nothing. I've got... I can't believe I've used just every single arrow on this boss fight. Like, it's insane. Okay, well, what else? Yes, give me my shield back, although, like, I just can never do anything to him. I need range, but I have none. If I could ever make them stagger, but I can't. They just don't stagger. What does this do? Are you serious right now, my guy? Maybe rage is strong in this one. Oh boy. What does this do? Particularly effective at flames arrest those who live in the dead. Okay, good. So it's good at killing skeletons and stuff. Great. Because it does holy damage, in which case, you know, I don't have that. I don't have intellect to be able to use a sleep sword. Maybe a sleep could potentially be interesting. Be able to put one to sleep for I don't know how long, and then be able to work on the second one for once. Of course, this one I don't have enough arcade. Of course not. Otherwise, I could be using this. I'm thinking, but like I'm just not seeing anything. It's like, oh yeah, that'll work. Piercing attack casually rips through metal armor, so interesting. Although they all call it strike weapons, but sure. That does fire damage, but I don't need fire. It works, it just doesn't do that much. Guess we go back to the drawing board of this. What? My shield? You good? There we go. Alright, so I guess I have to be extremely selective on what I use now. I guess we just save the poison for whenever I think it could kill somebody, and then I end up getting to that at some point. Can't even punish him because I don't have a line of range left. Yeah, but I gotta run like 20 feet away before I can do anything, whether it's healing, whether it's attacking, it just goes on at it. If they just weren't so tanky, like if I could actually stagger them even in the slightest, I would at least have something. Or make one of them slower than the other one. I don't know how somebody holding a gigantic shield as well as a sword can move as fast as somebody holding a single lance, but you know. So much for the guard counter, 2 in a row, and yet this dude still standing like this. Getting hit with a wombo combo, bros over here. This is with my dexterity potion on as well, and we still not get any stamina back. With also having a stamina talisman, increasing the recovery rate. Like, oh. Oh, there goes the stamina. Yeah, I knew it had to be going soon. Was that 5 plus counter attacks, and this dude never dropped his guard ever in 5? Like, and counter attacks by a great sword nonetheless, and this guy still just never dropped. I don't even care if I got the crit hit, just to get them away from each other so I could actually do something for once. The baby rage is strong. It was going better only ever countering, except, you know, the problem is that that takes forever, and then once they get to their baby rage form of when they drop the half health and start using magic attacks, it becomes a lot harder to counter them when all of those either push me back or go through my shield, so I still end up losing HP for it. I didn't wait for the third. Or the fourth, really. That's my bad. I forgot. Just, you know, I forgot 4 hits. I think counter attacks might count for getting this, in which case maybe I'll buff this. This is something, but we'll see how it goes. Nope. And, yeah. Alright, let's pop one of those that isn't one that I actually care that have more of. In which case would be what exactly? Guess we can go to a poison one in the attempt to land a poison proc. Because Scarlet Rot seems to be, like, really good. In which case, he could be interesting, though. It could be interesting. Maybe they're extremely, like, weak to sleep, so that way I could then, you know, 1v1 them or something if I manage to somehow put one to sleep. Maybe. Already have to use this because this could be hit once. And then push. Glad that didn't hit me. I might have. Ah, okay. Yeah. Just infinite range, baby. Infinite range. I need more of those, I guess. Couldn't even do anything. Couldn't roll away because that dude. See, he got me in the corner. Alright, well, sleep never got proc, so not worth it. I figured as much because I just can never attack them. Like, I always can only ever play defensive. It's like, oh, get hit once? Oh, that's like half your HP. Yeah, he'll in front of this dude because he's got infinite range and he can hit you from like 3 people's length away with his speed. Even punish him on the one attack that I know I can punish him. Yeah, you're just taunting me with that now. Gonna even punish him for it because I ran out of stamina. Why? 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 But why, though? Look how impossible this is as a melee. Like, jeez. Just kill me. I don't even have enough heals at that point to make a difference. There's just nothing. There's just nothing. Clearly ranged and magic is how you win this fight, but I have neither. I had some, and then it kind of worked. We even killed one off at one point, and then it just didn't matter, so. Sleep stuff, just not gonna work. Stuck on the wall. There's no room in this area either. It's like it's a big room. It really is not. With the 2 boss characters, it is really not a large room. Never able to punish. Never able to punish. I don't even know where the lance dude was, so I had to keep running for it, so I can't even punish him on that dude. Not a whole 98 damage, oh baby. I just have to keep, like, backstepping and counterattacking the entire time. Like, this is so gross. Is there a regular one hit out there? What? It should be 3, potentially 4. And of course I ran out of stamina because, you know, greedy me, I decided to attack a single time in the last, like, 5 minutes. Greed. And it took my essence blast for that too. Oh, well, time to run halfway across the move so I can get a single heal. Can't ever use this skill. Like, the only time I could ever use this skill in this fight is, like, okay, guess it just won't let me use my counterattack. No, it's fine. You know, I didn't want to do damage anyways, really. And I don't know what I do here, but nothing I have works. Nothing I have works. It's just range and status effects, and I have neither. I have bleed, but that's never gonna happen because when you gotta block 6 attacks in the next 2 to 3 seconds, your stamina, surprisingly, if it's even there, is just infinite. It's just gone forever. Like, you just never have it. Stamina never hurt. The time I done that before, I was able to get 2 off, although maybe that was his 4-hit one. Probably. You have a sword, and this dude, like, this guy, he has a sword, but he thinks he has a lance with how much distance he covers in these dash attacks. Never punish. I knew he would have to be throwing one at me. I'm surprised I can't believe I actually lived through that grab. Is it gonna make a difference? Probably not. I'd like to think it would. Gonna even punish him on landing because the other one was there. I gotta kill one of them, dude. It's gotta be the lance guy. The shield guy's just gonna live too long. I didn't know if I was gonna be able to block it, so I was like, I'll just shield it and accept the damage that I did from it. What? You went around the wall? That's so garbage. Oh my. You're gonna tell me that grab goes through a pillar to get you? Come on. You can't tell me that's not ridiculous. I can't ever attack him. What's always This is like the only time I get to attack one or the other. It's like, he has to be doing that move, and then not only does he have to be doing that move, but he has to be like, oh my, both my head moves just died as well right now. Oh no, I don't know. Why would I? I just can't punish him. Just kill it. Alright, I'm changing out the batteries real quick, I guess. Alright, let's do it again. Let's do it again. This part is so stupid. I hate everything. Push me back far enough so I can punish him. Why do I even just kill me on this attempt? I didn't even get a single hit on it. I would have already had to use a heal just to kill me at that point. Like, I wish the ashes were actually useful in boss fights, because it really doesn't feel like they are. At least against these guys, they just straight up like anything. Even the Great Shield people, you know, Great Shield just sit there and, you know, exist. Just don't even do nothing. They survive for like 30 seconds. Like, how is that worthwhile? Yeah, I just I need like a backwards camera view or something. To be like a quick button press to be able to like look behind me, to be able to see where they are at times, so that way I can actually get a realistic idea of how far I need to go, because otherwise my only other option is like running across the edge of the map like we've been doing before when we were using the bows and stuff, which I don't want to do, but clearly they're not giving me very many options here. Sword? Nah, man, it's all about Crucible Knight and Crucible Knight. Or no, like these two are the deadly duo. Like, jeez, like these guys easily have taken me more tries than Sword Seed and Sword. Like, that's like not even be exaggerating. I'm like pretty sure it is. Like, I'm pretty sure I have at this point, legitimately. Why? Every time, you know there's a third one. Why? Oh, the baby rage is too strong. Every death it just gets stronger. I should have even been streaming this long. This was supposed to be like a 3 to 4 hour stream, and it's already almost 5.5. Yep, Have you got a single hit in, and I'm already having to use at least one force? The one time going around the pillar actually hurts me rather than help. Yeah, of course that knocked me far enough away so that way I can punch this guy. No, why would I want to do that? I can't even ever get more than one hit for right next to each other because the other one's going to be ready for it. If I kill the knight, if I kill the shield dude, then we can just poison the other one to death. Between our regular damage and our poison and whatnot, we can poison him to death. If I can kill the Lancer, we can 1v1 the shield guy, in which case we can probably win. Attacks I can actually punish, and then I run out of stamina because of course I do, and then not enough range. I just knew he was going to be able to hit me with that attack, and so I just instinctively threw my shield up because I knew it was coming. What do you know? He was able to hit me at that range. I was just expecting to get sniped by the magic Lance throws at me at this point. Just through a regular one out. Who does? Why does that stop do like 25% of my stamina? Just for him stomping on the ground. What sense does that make? Two, three, and here comes the fourth. And then immediately counted. I get one hit in before I have to use an Estus every time, so it's like I need to hit both of them every time, or it's just not worth anything. He didn't do his spins like he normally does, though. they just sit on top of each other, dude, and I can't do it. If I get hit by one stomp on the ground, I'm guaranteed to get hit by the second one, which is at minimum 50% of my HP. It's just, oh my. This is actually the hardest boss fight in the game so far. Like, legitimately, at least for melee, solo, like, you can't punish him. You can't. Like, everything you do is punished somehow. Even though you should be the one punishing them, and yet it just... At least in Ornstein and Smog, the pillars were massive, in which case you were able to, you know, run somebody around the pillar, actually, and be able to separate them, so you can 1v1 them. This is, no, you're fighting both at all points in time. Good luck to you. It's just... I tried the attack. It wasn't a counter attack. I deserved to get punished for that. At least in this boss fight, that is. Because you don't get to ever attack in this boss fight. No. Why would you possibly want to attack? Only ever counter attack. That's because that's a fun way to play the game, right? Oh, silly me. I tried to go for more than one hit. Yep, that's worth 25% of my HP. What an idiot. Imagine thinking you could get 2 hits off or something. Dude was even in the middle of an attack while I was drinking and yet managed to run up and still hit me. I hate everything. Barely had enough stamina for that nonsense. There's that good old 5-hit combo that takes all of my stamina. And that's with my stamina up potion as well. Like, if I didn't have that, I actually probably would not have even had enough to be able to do what I needed to do. I'm surprised I didn't get punished for that. Oh boy, here we go. Oh no, they're both low on HP, in which case they're both gonna go into baby raid mode soon. And then, there goes my Estus that I just immediately threw in. Yep, You'd think you'd be playing Smash Bros with how long these grab attacks are. It's a grab! Why do you have rage on that? It's a grab! Oh, look, there's that double slam. On only half my health? You guys are too kind, really. Only half. How generous. Yep, I tried to get a single hit in. My bad. You guys are right. No hitting ever. It's fine. It's fine. In theory, I can punish that. Nope, that's half my health. Just dodge both the magic attacks at the same time, while not even being able to see one. You know, it's just easy stuff, really. What? Is this supposed to be hard or something like that? This is even worse. Oh, like, you're like, oh, they're both like half health. That's good, right? And it's like, kind of, until the fact that it activates their second set of attacks, which give them, you guessed it, more range. I have to drink up these last two. I missed, but it at least threw me out of the grab for it, so I guess I'll take that. One of you guys have to go. Oh, good. Both at the same time? Yeah, sure. This will be fun. Come on, man. I need one of these guys gone. One of these guys have to go. Oh, it caught my grab. It caught my grab. And again. I can only play it so perfectly until just the utter stupidity that is this fight. It just... I can't even use anything. I can't even use the bleed on the sword because I can't ever actually attack them outside of a counter. I can't use any grease because, again, outside of a counter, unless it's something that would straight up do more damage, which I guess may be magic, but they also use magic, in which case they're probably still somewhat resistant to. Alright, just drop one, in theory, below half, so that way I can actually do something. And, of course, I forgot. Gotta run halfway across the room before I can heal. No, otherwise they'll catch up to me. I knowingly took that hit. I figured it was worth it for the damage. Ended up hitting both of them, which is good until he reaches half health, in which case then we start having problems. My stamina! Not that I even need those, but I just want to get them out of the way. I can't punish that attack. I still ended up getting hit for it, aka not worth it for one hit. Why did you auto switch my time? What? Because he went behind a pillar? Really? Really? Third hit? No. Oh, okay. You want to foot stomp? Yeah, that would be good. I just never know when I can attack this thing. Oh, never. That's I forgot every time he foot stomps. It's never. Thank you for reminding me. It never. Yeah. You're right. Of course, never. Right, I forgot. Silly me, it's the short-term memory, you know, 7 seconds, they say, you know, average attention span, you know, the length of a goldfish, really, as they say. Ah, well, you have to remind me again about never being able to attack in another, like, 7 seconds. Okay, he's baby raging. I got so lucky there. That might have straight up been able to kill me had he landed that grab. I'm not exactly looking to find out here though, so I need to get this heal off at some point here. I don't even want to heal right now because it's still so much decent HP, but if he lands a grab, I'm just dead. Good thing I only went for one hit there, because I was like, the other one shouldn't be able to reach me, which was true, but then the other guy went immediately for a stomp, which would have still hit. This dude is finally kind of respecting the 1v1, and you know what? We're doing so well for him, actually, finally respecting a 1v1. I breeded right there, that was stupid. That was stupid. I might get hit by this sword dude because he's running up. I'm surprised he let me get that heal off. his grab attack is like one of my best attacks in an actual attempt to hit him because it gives him the range away from his friend here. Except if I get hit, that's like 75+% of my HP. So if I'm anything less than that, it's just an instant, you know? Of course it put me too far away. Of course it did. Of course it did. Nope. I'm getting on the wall. I need to get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, this is a fine attack. That's fine. That's a free hit. Maybe potentially gonna got to. Nah, let's be real. Getting two hits in this fight is actually impossible. Try to get 2 hits in an Elden Ring boss fight challenge impossible. I just keep rolling. My auto lock is gone. Just keep rolling. Okay. Just keep rolling. Jeez. Ah man, if only I had some eyes on the people that were following me, huh? It's, you know, crazy. That skill wouldn't kill him, but it would get close. So if I could ever get one of those off, I need him to do one of those flying attacks at me, and then me to dodge it, and then I could work with something there. The only reason I didn't get hit by that was because his friend body blocked him for me. Otherwise, problems. Yes. Okay. I couldn't punish him because his friend was there. Oh my. Dude, you can only play this so well. You can only play it so well, and it just does not matter at some point because they just land one lucky hit. We played it so well. The flash may not necessarily show that, but I mean, looking at this boss fight, we played that so well. We almost killed one. Still had one, like 3-4 Estus Flash from the other one. Oh my. Just... I hate fighting them in the dark and hide some of their movements. Okay, that's a punishable attack. And the other one even knew it as well. Like, as soon as that guy started doing his attack, the other one started rushing. Like, he knew I had actual chance to punish him for that, and then he's like, nope. Immediately ran at him to try and make sure that I couldn't hit him. Ended up getting a single hit, only cost me an Estus Flask. Worth not. He might still hit me. It took him too long to reset. Okay, so after the double swing, we can get 2 hits. Couldn't even punish him there because I got stuck on the root. At least I got out of there. I easily could have died had I got stuck there. So I guess that's the price I pay for getting stuck on the root because I don't have any room to actually fight these bosses. I can't even counter that attack. I have to do regular hits because otherwise the counter attack one pushes you too far away for you to actually have the range to be able to do what you need to do. Which is ridiculous. Like, you think you'd be immovable in the counter attacks, right? Because you're already blocking, right? So like you're already dug in essentially. But oh no, this dude's the one with the tail. The tail attacks are the worst. He easily has the worst second phase of the two. Because I can't block his second attacks. They still do, like, magic or holy damage to me or something along those lines. Something that my shield doesn't block 100% of, in which case he can just at some point wear me down from me blocking it, in which case I have to either dodge it or get out or dodge it. There's that tail attack. Oh. Oh, come on. And there's the tail attack. I don't know where the other dude is. Oh, this is... It really should not be this hard of a boss fight, but it just is. Okay, it didn't let me counter and I lost HP? Did I run out of stamina? Is that what happened? Of course I didn't have the rage because he's the Lance dude. I don't want to fight the Lance dude either. I want to fight the shield dude because the shield dude is the one at under half HP. That's the guy I need to be able to kill right there. I'm gonna say I can't believe I got away with that. Turns out did not get away with it. Can't confirm, did not get away with it. I can't see where the other one is. I gotta keep both inside as well. I cannot afford somebody to sneak up on me. Ideally, if this night guy goes, then the other guy is gonna have a beyond harder time with dealing with me. I can't punish him. I gotta keep rolling, keep rolling. I can't punish him. I can't punish him. Oh, it's so good. The baby rage is so strong. Of course he does that attack inside of a building. Okay, that's potentially working. Not anymore after 2 hits like that. Okay, he threw that away, but can I punish him? No, I can't. I got lucky his shield attack even missed right there, otherwise I would have been dead. Oh boy. He didn't use his tail swipe that time. I don't know why. I guess I wasn't in range for him to feel threatened by it, I guess. I wish I could be proactive in this fight, but all it's taught me is that I'm gonna get bullied for it. And they do quite a good job of it, so you know. I can't punish it, I'm stuck to the wall. Even if I beat the other one, I'm still gonna have to fight the other one at almost half HP. Oh, it's so stupid. And then if I weaken the other one early, then he's going to start doing his magic attacks, and then I'm going to be even weaker. I'm going to punish him for that. The kick pushed me back farther. The rocks on me. My skill doesn't kill anybody here either, which is unfortunate. Why would you roll backwards? Why would you roll backwards as an attack like that? I lost sight on the Lance dude right there. Good thing I didn't heal immediately through my shield up. Come on, I need that. I need a attack like that. Still gonna punish him. I timed that horribly. Alright, I think I just threw with that. I can only play it as well as I can so long before just some BS attack just gets through. And now it's just gonna be death by 1,000 guts by the dragon tails there. This is gonna be the most insulting part of this fight when I end up dying like this because I don't have anything else for me. there might be the cheesiest way ever to make this happen. If I don't play it horribly. Oh, you better believe we're going throwing knives, baby. I just can't get hit by any of his magic attacks because I can't deal with those. Which means I can't get hit by that, I can't get hit by his throwing plans, none of that. And I have to burn this man out the entire time. As well as potentially bleed this man. And if I ever get caught throwing a throwing knife while he's doing that attack, I die. If I ever misread the length on his lance dash and try and throw a knife, I die. I don't know if you guys are noticing a problem with the diagnostics here, but it sounds like a lot of me and a lot of death. In theory, we're building bleed up on him, but I don't know how well these things do bleed up in general, so... Apparently we are not far enough away if this man thinks he can do grab attacks at me. I wanted to fight this guy straight up, but I have nothing, so, you know. Gotta do what you gotta do. Oh. How far do these pots go? Not very far, fantastic. I thought for sure I was getting hit on that one. I got so lucky he missed there. Too close, too close. Poison's bleeding on him. I just gotta survive, I think. If that doesn't deserve a follow on Twitch, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it just... Did you see the utter nonsense that I had to go through with that fight? I tried everything in the book, and you know what? We beat it. Solo as well. Not even duo. Nothing like that. Solo. No summons. Nothing. If that's not follower worthy on Twitch, then you know. Ordova's Greatsword, Crucible Axe Helm, Axe Armor, Crucible Gauntlets, Greaves. We did it. We did it. Gold's Golden Sword? That didn't do anything special, right? Nah. This one does holy damage. Okay. Greatsword of Ordorvis, one of the two honored as foremost among the Crucible Knights. The sword is imbued with an ancient holy essence, as red and exemplifies nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. Excuse me. Ordorvis Vortex, channeled power of the Crucible to spin the entire sword in midair, building momentum before slamming the blade down into the ground. The skill can be charged to increase its power. I don't know how that works, unless it works like what the boss does, but I don't know how that would work out for us. But we did it! Only worth 28k. Runes, apparently. Yeah, that's a good joke. Alright, only had to use, like, everything we picked up in the wild ever, but we beat it. Oh, boy. And with that, we're gonna go down there, and then I'm gonna go ahead and end stream. We killed him. That's good enough for tonight. It's already a 6-hour stream. I wasn't even supposed to stay up this long. And because I gotta get to the bank in the morning, and of course, gotta go early, so... Well, that's nice. So maybe a stream tomorrow's what, Friday, right? So maybe a stream tomorrow, I don't know, because this one's gonna go late, and then I have to get up early, so maybe if I can somehow sleep in the middle of the day, if I can find some time, if I can finish everything quickly enough, then maybe we can make it happen. Otherwise, yeah. That wasn't even enough for level 2. Oh my. Maybe with the rest of these, maybe we can get one. I think that's just enough for one more level. Nope. Alright, well, I don't think this 8 is going to be the difference maker, but on the off chance that it is, it was just enough. Okay. Alright. There it is. Give me my HP. We're getting even more HP as we go up higher in the levels, is something I'm noticing. Like, we were only getting like 20s and 30s for a bit, and now we're getting like 40 plus. So our HP is surprisingly scaling. Okay, alright, okay. You know what that means. Oh. Just letting out the baby rage. Exclamation mark socials. There's my Twitter. Go ahead and follow that if you guys haven't already. That's where you're going to get all your news from me. So, you know, outside of here on stream, right? So definitely go ahead and go follow that if you haven't already. Especially when you want to see streams like this, where I deal with the absolute nonsense that was that boss fight, and we end up beating it solo, in fact. With probably the worst build that you could probably go into that fight with, reasonably, you know. We're talking like, oh, you could go in there wearing no armor, nothing, hit him with your fist or whatever. Yeah, sure, okay, but you get the idea. Clearly, magic and ranged was the way to go on those two, but of course I didn't have any of that, so. But yeah, definitely go follow me on Twitter. That way you guys will know when I'm going live, what game we're gonna be playing, if we'll be streaming that day. I'm trying to keep it Monday to Friday, 8 p.m. Central Time. If you don't know what time that is for you, go ahead and go, just type in time converter and then put in 8 p.m. Central Time to whatever time your guys' time is. And then it will tell you what time it'll be on your guys' side. So by all means, go ahead and do that. Underneath that is my YouTube channel, which is an archive of all our Twitch VODs that end up making it over there, at least, when they don't get corrupted, lost, or anything along those lines. So, yeah, we've got, I think, 126 or so videos over there, 500 plus hours of content if you guys are liking this stuff. I've got Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, including the DLC. All of those, we beat all the bosses in, beat the game as well as Bloodborne, including the DLC, and beat the game. So if you're loving the Souls-like content, you got Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Bloodborne to watch as well, while you're waiting for Elden Ring content to come out, I'm sure. With that as well, we have Resident Evil. If you guys are Resident Evil fans, I've got 0 through 8, as well as Code Veronica, as well as Revelations 1 and 2. Basically, anything Resident Evil is already on the channel. I've got the entire playthroughs of it. They're already in playlist and whatnot, so you can just binge watch all those if you want to. If you want something lighter, we've got Pokemon on there. We've got Shining Pearl, as well as Legends of Arceus, where we complete the Pokédex and fight Arceus as well, so you guys get to see that boss fight too. And a lot of other hidden gems on there, so by all means, go ahead and check that out if you're going to. Underneath that, we have my Discord, which go ahead and join that if you want. It's another way to go ahead and get your guys' news. It's another way for us to be able to communicate. So if you don't want to do Twitter, join Discord, so that way I can get you guys the news. You can also follow me on Twitch, in which case Twitch should send you a notification of when I'm going live. In which case, there you go. Then you don't even have to worry about Twitter or Discord. If you want to join Discord, the link is right there. Free, of course, nothing you have to worry about. It's just another way to hang out. We can pretty much talk about whatever, pretty much do whatever we want in there. So, you know, if you're feeling it, do that. If anything, hit me up with the follow on Twitch. That's generally where we're trying to grow. I definitely want to grow on YouTube as well, and so far it's looking like YouTube's actually going to grow better in Twitch. So like, comment, and subscribe on the YouTube videos for sure, right? I don't say that enough, but definitely subscribe over there. Same thing as following on Twitch, just another way for you guys to know when I upload a video. Of course, on Twitch it would be, you know, me streaming. So that's basically it. So I'll see if we can stream tomorrow, although I'm gonna have to wake up early today. I'm gonna have to do whatever I gotta do, and then we're already getting in later, so then I'm already gonna have to wake up probably like the next 5 hours or so. Rip me. In which case, maybe if I could just like power nap for like an hour or two, maybe in the middle of the day, maybe we could make something happen. Otherwise, I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, I've got 6 videos privately listed for YouTube, which is boss fights that you guys wouldn't have seen us on Twitch do. So as soon as I get those out, you'll have another 6 boss fights you can go ahead and watch in the meantime. Maybe I'll release them on Friday, so that way generally we're taking Saturday, Sunday off, although I might do a stream on that. Maybe if I don't do one on Friday, maybe we'll do one on like Saturday or something. Saturday or Sunday to make up for it. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But on the days that we aren't streaming, I'm thinking that I'm going to keep trying to send up content. By content, I mean YouTube exclusive content, so that way you guys will at least have something where it'd be like, well, he may not be streaming, but at least I've got something on the channel to be able to watch in the meantime. As if the other 126 other videos, like, don't exist. But, you know, if you're only here for the Elden Ring, hey, that's 6 more plus bosses for you guys to go ahead and watch for the time being. So, one last sellout. Hit me up on Twitch. Hit me with a follow. It's free. It takes 2 seconds. Literally press the button. Never have to press it again. Like, comment, and subscribe on the YouTube channel. Because the more likes, the more comments, the more subscribers we had, the more that YouTube is willing to push out the video, which then allows others to get in, and then eventually we could start supporting the channels, potentially financially, in which case everything currently that I do comes out of my own pocket. So, like, any changes that you see in the channels is generally me paying for it. Either it's me having somebody else do it, either it's me doing it myself, in which case, you know, time is money, as they say. So in which case, you know, it is what it is. It's all for the love of streaming and playing video games, and hopefully everybody else is enjoying the Elden Ring series as much as I am. That fight was definitely me into baby rage territory. It definitely, as soon as my headphones died, I was like, oh, well, time to end stream. And I was like, nah, I can't do it. I wanted to. The baby rage was getting real. Like, oh boy, that was probably like the closest so far in terms of boss fights that was making me want to baby rage Elden Ring for the day. and be like, nah, you know what? I'm good. And then we won, and so now I've got all the dopamine rushing through the brain, in which case, it's all good now. It's all good. But, yeah. So that's where we're at. Look out for a tweet tomorrow in case I end up, streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna say don't plan on it currently today, just because I've gotta get stuff done earlier in the morning. I'm gonna have to wake up if I can't somehow get to sleep then. I'm gonna be in baby rage mode immediately, and then it's just not gonna be a good stream, so I definitely don't want that to be shown, because that's just not a good showing of the channel and stuff, right? So definitely not something I want to do if not absolutely necessary. Maybe if we don't do Friday, maybe we'll stream on Saturday or something. Saturday or Sunday to make up for it. We'll see how it goes. But definitely look out for a tweet later today to see if we actually will be streaming or not. Yeah, that's basically all of myself. You guys have a good day, night, afternoon, whatever time it is for you guys. And we might see you tomorrow. If not, maybe we'll see you Saturday or Sunday. Definitely Monday as far as I'm aware. So, see ya.